Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Paranormal Friday Nights, guys, where we get a little bit spooky, a little bit off the beaten path. Thank you guys for joining me tonight, guys. Please make sure you hit that like button when you come through that door. Just takes a second. Just hit it real quick. Make sure you hit that bell so that you guys get notified anytime we're here for anything we do. I appreciate you guys so very much for that. So tonight, guys, we're going to get a little creepy. We're going to jump into the Paranormal Friday mood. We're going to be looking into Romanian myth and I don't know what you want to call it. Romanian myths and so on and so forth. Ghosts and some werewolf action and some real life werewolf action per se, and so on and so forth. That's what we're going to be doing tonight. And some other stuff. So please, it's going to be a little conglomeration. It's not one specific thing. So a little bit here and there, here and there. Thought it would be interesting. And thank you to Andy and Molly for doing what you guys do. So let's get this show on the creepy road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, 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 hello again. Welcome back, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I do appreciate you all so very much for joining us on Paranormal Friday, where we take a little break, kind of decompress from the weekly craziness that we cover in the true crime world and check out some spooky, crazy, weird things. So we're going to be a little bit all over the place tonight with different things. There's not one specific topic, but it should be enjoyable. It's good to see some of you guys. It's been so long. I've missed you all so very much, guys. It's been forever. We can't let this much time go between the times we see each other. I've missed you all so much. It's been so long. I appreciate you all jumping in with me tonight. And thank you to my moderators and the Blue Crew for being in here tonight to do the things they do, because I shouldn't, nor wouldn't ever try to do this without them. Thank you to my producers in here tonight, Molly And Andy, I'm just wearing a plain white tee. Plain white tee, you know. That way I look as ghosty as I can and washed out. You know how that goes. So, since everybody's coming in here, I know we're not going to get very many people in here. I want to thank you all for joining me. And let's see who we got joining us tonight so far. It looks like Butterfly 71's in the house. Welcome back. Debbie Clark, hello, hello. Good to have you here. My Duty's in the house. Even though she's feeling sick tonight, she's still here, and I got to love her for it. Please take care of you. Please, if you will, Doodle. Take care of yourself, hon. I'm worried about you. But she's still here because she loves me. And I know she does. And I appreciate her very much. Wait a minute, guys. I think I see we have a sighting. It's a little kimberfoot. Oh my God, we have a kimberfoot in the house, guys. Welcome, kimberfoot. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. The Richard's in the house. What's up, my brother? Good to see you, sir. Hope you're having a great day. Pink Peony's in the house again. Great to see you, Pink. Thank you for being here. Always love having you here. Mind of Monsters. My friend and yours back in the house. Good to see you. Morning Rays. GGG. Hello to you. Miss Paula, Prying Paula's in the house. Well, of course, the lovely Miss Zelda is back in the house. Steven's Adventures, welcome back to you, my friend. The lovely Miss Sherry's in the house. Thank you for joining us again. Wisdom Speaks. B. Williams, welcome back to you. Great to see you again tonight. Moni's in the middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle, and she's in the middle of here. Thank you for joining us, Moni. Miss Victoria Burgess, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. I'm grateful to have you here. Alicia J, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you for joining us. Very much appreciated. Now, I know I just spoke about her, but I don't see her. Chaz D, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. From Oklahoma, that's awesome. Debbie Clark, Walks with Dogs is back. Welcome back to you. See something? Say something. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Green-Eyed PI, welcome. Great to have you here tonight. Excuse me. Leslie and Billy, welcome back to you. Great to have you. Great to see you. Where did Molly go? Talking about her like she's here, but she's not here. Molly Lolly. Telling you what. I get no respect. No respect at all. Welcome back, Aurora 7. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Ooh, excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. Brandy was in here. Said she'd be here for a little bit. Buenas noches to you, Pink. There she is. I knew you were here. I was just teasing you. Good golly, Miss Molly. I was going to say there's no way in hell she's going to miss something like this. There's a large chance that no one else here has lived through an exorcism. I kept my supernatural stuff close to the cup. Well, interesting, Richard. If you ever want to interview with me in regards and have a come on panel and have a conversation about it, I would greatly appreciate it, and I would love to hear your story, as do most others, I'm sure. Thomas Sharp, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Jojo Canuck, hello to you, and thank you for coming back in. H. Martin, welcome back to you. Guys, we got 50 people in here with 49 likes. We're getting there. Again, guys, please say a little prayer and keep Miss Doodle in your thoughts, if you will, please. She's not feeling well tonight. She's carrying around that crappy stuff that we all hate. And just say a little extra prayer for her and make sure that she gets better, please, if you will. I would greatly appreciate that. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Grab a blanket, something you can pull up over your face, just in case you get a little creeped out. And get comfortable, if you will. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. I miss my wife already. She's only been gone for a couple hours. Miss Sony's in the house. Hello. Welcome back, Sony. It's great to see you tonight. Appreciate you very much. I bet it's not, Richard. I bet it's not. And I don't think anything about it would be fun. Sorry. That's crazy. All right. Everybody, thank you for joining. Oh, what's that? Phyllis Geiger, thank you for joining us. Joanne Jackson, hello to you. Captain Jackson's back in the house. Welcome back, everybody. Miss Noni's back. Hello, Noni. Welcome back to UB Williams. Good to see you again. Joanne says it is 3:14 in the AM over in the UK. That's crazy. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Paula. Uh-oh. So we have an actual photograph, folks. I think we may have a real life photograph of a kimberfoot. I know we've had our experts out looking, trying to get a sighting of a kimberfoot. So I don't know. We may end up with real deal photographs tonight, guys. We may get an actual photograph of a real sighting of a kimberfoot. We might. No Bigfoot. Tonight we're covering a little bit everything. You seen it, Doodle? You seen it? Doodle saw it, guys. No, tonight, Captain, we're covering a little bit of different Romanian lore and myth, legend, werewolves, real life werewolves, ghosts again, and stuff like that. David Clayton, what is happening, my friend? Welcome again, all of you from over the pond. It's wonderful to have you here. Andy, I don't know if you saw, hon, I sent you a message in the Discord. Just in case, it's up to you. And Molly, if you're Molly's here, okay. Yes, Molly, we need a real picture of a kimberfoot, Molly. You got to put that together. Yes, absolutely. Dr. Meldrum, I'm a huge Bigfoot person. We may end up in that too. I might show you guys some other stuff on that tonight. I love it. I would talk about Bigfoot every day. Molly, they want you to put together a picture of a kimberfoot. If you can. Unless Doodle said she has it. She's seen one. So I don't know. Oh my God. Oh my God. She found it, you guys. We have an actual sighting photograph of a kimberfoot. Unbelievable. And her friend. Thank you, Doodle. God knows I appreciate it. All right, guys, I hope you're ready. First off, I'm being joined tonight by the lovely, I should say, Miss Andy and her lovely hands. Thank you for joining us, Andy.
Hello. I'm trying to get my earbuds working. So.
It's all right. If you drop off, I know why. It's okay. Miss SRB's in the house. All right. I hope you guys are ready. I want you to hold on to your chairs, okay? We found Doodlebug, seen it herself. She's a hunter, avidly. She goes out hunting and all that stuff. She found a real live photograph of a kimberfoot, folks. It was dangerous, okay? She put her life on the line to get this photograph for us, guys. So please praise her for this. We could have lost her, you know, and I wouldn't be able to handle that. But we got a real photograph of a real kimberfoot, okay? All right, guys, hold on. I should put up a trigger warning, but I won't. Hold on. Let's see here. There we go. There it is. An
That is amazing.
Real life photograph of a kimberfoot, guys. In person. We are the only ones that I can tell you in North America to ever have a full-fledged picture of a kimberfoot.
Is that a baby kimberfoot, or is it just adorable its entire life?
That's full size, full grown.
It's just adorable its whole life. Okay.
And they like to, they're dancers. They're little dancers. They like to dance around, and they wear these.
Oh, and it has a puppy.
It does. It does.
The puppy snores, doesn't it?
I think it does.
Yeah, definitely snores.
See the little kimber feet, little hairy kimber feet. There it is, guys. There's a kimberfoot, guys. I told you I wasn't born.
Don't feed her after midnight.
Nope. You can't. That's right, Ray. It is part monkey, part gizmo. That's right.
It's a mogwai. Yeah.
It's a monkey Y, whatever monkey walk. Yeah, what you just said.
And mogwai.
Mogwai. That's a kimberfoot. Although you would think it's much larger when kimberfoot, when they sleep. Whoa. Dude, you guys would think that you got a full-fledged Bigfoot sleeping there, because it sounds like, I don't know what, when it sleeps. It snores like hell. It is cute, though. It's very cute. Very cute. So, there's a kimberfoot, guys. The first and only picture you've ever seen in anywhere in the world of a kimberfoot. Richard says when they sleep, they get bigger. Now, I do know
They
one of
fart glitter.
Yes, they fart glitter. When they're sleeping, they snore and they fart glitter, period. And the one problem they do have that I found out, though, is from stories I've heard, like over in Ireland and stuff like that, you can't ever leave bottles of wine laying around or they'll take off with it. Literally. They grab them and they run.
Oh, it's just like the fairies with milk and cream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just draws them right in.
They love wine and they will steal your wine, and that's it. If they're gone. You'll never.
Just don't come for my gummies. Don't come for my gummies.
Right. I don't know about the gummies, but the wine, they love their wine and they will steal it and run away. Yes, kimberfoots love wine. That's right. That's right. Exactly right. But thank you for joining me, Miss Andy. I appreciate you being up here with me tonight.
Yeah, of course.
We delve into some crazy, creepy stuff. I gotta let you know some of the stuff that you presented to me I can't use.
Right, copyright.
YouTube has, actually, it's the History Channel and a few other channels. They do not like us, and they will not allow us to play any of their crap, whether I commentate or not. So
I thought I grabbed them from other channels. My bad.
It's okay. You're fine. You are absolutely fine.
So do you want to know why I chose Romanian folklore?
Go for it.
A while back, I did one of those ancestry DNA things because one of my relatives, my grandmother, was adopted, and I was wondering, like, what am I? It turns out I am mostly Romanian and a very, very distant relative of Vlad the Impaler.
That's awesome. I am actually, that's crazy, because when my family tree thing to try to, you ask relatives and stuff like that, and I am Italian, 45% Italian. I can't remember the exact number. I think I'm going to say 40%. It's so crazy I was told this. Czechoslovakian / Transylvanian, because it depended on where, it was the same area, okay? Depending on the time. So Transylvania.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of Czech, and then I've got Romanian and French mostly.
Yes. Agreed. So I'm gonna give you guys, I have an audio. We got the picture of the kimber foot, okay? We actually got in the field. Doodle was She got down in her ghillie suit and was hiding under some trees and stuff, and she got audio, guys. From
fell asleep on.
She got audio from the Kimberfoot, guys. It's crazy. All right. Just again, trigger warning. I don't want to scare anybody. Okay. Hold on a minute here. Let me get this up for you guys. I still can't believe that you got this, Doodle. You did great with this. Hold on a minute here.
Oh, so brave of you.
It was.
So brave.
I was so scared for her. So scared for her. But she pulled it off, you guys. She did. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. Maybe I can't leave the Kimberfoot up while we do this, but I will. Hold on a minute. Okay, now 1 second.
You know, I think I heard one in my backyard one time. It kind of sounded like
It's some scary stuff.
Yeah,
All right.
It's crazy.
Hold on a minute here. Why won't it work for me? Dang it. 1 second. Let me make this happen. That's not it. 1 second. This was. They don't really speak. They just. You'll see, Butterfly. Hold on.
I knew that was Brad told me it wasn't.
All right, let's see here.
She's snoring. Kimber fell asleep on me.
Do you hear it?
I knew that was
I gotta hear it.
1 second.
She's snoring. You're kicking her up and she don't get you here.
1 second. You got to catch it when you catch it. 1 second. Let's try it again here.
Kimber fell asleep on me.
You hear that?
I knew that was Brad told me it wasn't.
Scary.
She's snoring. You're kicking her up and she don't get you here.
Did you guys hear it?
Terrifying.
It's little but vicious, I'm telling you. Especially if you try to take the wine bottle from it once no. Don't. No.
I hear they've got an awful bite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Their bites. Oh.
The bite is real. I'm telling you. No joke at all. But they're
sorry
so
if you guys hear my dogs barking. We got thunderstorms.
They're so adorable. They're very loving, from my understanding, and very cuddly and all that. Just don't touch.
Just don't take the wine and don't make them mad.
Don't make them mad. Do not wake them up when they're sleeping, and do not touch the wine.
Are you sure that's not what happened to your leg? Maybe you got bit by a Kimberfoot.
It could have been.
I think that may have been it.
I don't know. We'd have to look into it a little bit more. Kep wants to know if they reproduce with water, if there's like more than one. You know what I'm saying? Just
it would make sense. You know, we've been getting all that rain. It just takes one raindrop if one's outside.
Right. Don't touch the wine or the gummies. So you're good. Miss Kimber knows. I wonder. Kimberfoot. Maybe there's a connection there, guys. I don't know. Oh wait, she says there is only one baby Kimberfoot. Okay, so it's definitely a very, very. It's a species that, you know. Cap says
it must have been a cousin that bit you then.
Yeah, maybe, possibly. Bigfoot smokes weed. That's cool. I could believe that. Shit, I'm trolling.
Oh, absolutely. Bigfoot,
yeah,
absolutely.
100%.
That's why he's always in the woods. He's got his own little grove going on. There in Washington.
Right. 100%. Glitter farts, wine drinking, snoring when they. I mean, this thing is a definite species that, you know, there's only one. So hey, it is what it is, and it's cute because the feet, they're like this big. They're not big feet. They're just little feet. You know.
Well, that's why it's a kimberfoot, not a Bigfoot.
100%. I think it is almost extinct, to be honest with you. See something? I do. We got 58 peeps in here with 60 likes. That is awesome. I don't know how the hell that happened, but hey, it is what it is. I'm not complaining, guys. Let's get this up in the algorithm for YouTube. Make them happy. Share it out if you think anybody's going to come in here and listen to my ridiculous, crazy stuff.
Oh no, I think people came in and hit the like and then said, "Oh no, Andy's here."
And then, or either that, or they got
they
scared.
Just dipped. They're like, "Nope."
The kimberfoot scared them away. I don't want to scare anybody away with the kimberfoot thing, so you know, just it's okay. You know, she's not gonna hurt anybody. So like I said, guys, we're gonna be a little bit around the map today with this tonight. Should say. I had to readjust some things with the stuff I had, but it still worked out to some extent. And we're looking into some, from what I understand, real life werewolf experiences per se, some Romanian myth and lore, folklore, whatever you want to call it, things like that. And should be an interesting night. Whatever else we jump into, we're gonna get into it. Oh, Doodle, you know what? You blow my mind. This is so dangerous. I just don't. You got to be careful. I'm scared you're gonna end up getting hurt chasing down these things. I know you got your
Did she get more footage?
She actually did. She found she must have went deeper into the woods. Okay. Damn it, Doodle. Be careful doing this stuff, please. But
did she lure it with wine and gummies?
No, but she did find. She found markings and ways to find the kimberfoot. I guess probably how she's tracking it. But guys, more pictures. There's actually a sign at this point where it says "Beware of the kimberfoot." So that's interesting to me. And again, we have kimberfoot droppings, folks.
It's terrifying. Oh, did it remove its tutu as well?
Probably. They probably have.
There's a naked kimberfoot running around.
Completely out of the ballpark, naked. Yes. So if you ever see, this is how you'll know if there's a kimberfoot around. If you see the droppings, I swear to God, Doodle, I can't stand you. I can't hold a straight face with this shit. I'm sorry.
Just naked and pooping in the woods.
He's running naked somewhere, you guys. Oh, good Lord Almighty! And look, the tutu's gone. There's the kimberfoot droppings. She must. You know
what that is? That's when the gummies hit.
It makes sense. Yes.
Yep.
It does make sense. Perfect sense. Thank you again.
Gummies hit. The tutu is gone.
You get right. That they probably stripped it off and bolted because that shit probably burns. You know what I mean? Doodle's out looking for the wine bottle now too. Okay. Thank you, Doodle. Thank you so much. I can't. Yes, beware of the kimberfoot, folks. I don't know. Who knows? Those dropping. I know, Richard. They're very valuable. They belong in a museum. So I hope you grab those droppings, Doodle. Again, the only pictures in North America, anywhere, guys, of an actual kimberfoot, and now her droppings. Yes, definitely. She definitely drinks the special water, Tomboy. She loves the wine. 100%. Thank you, SRB, very much. So, okay, you all right there, Butterfly? Butterfly's dying over here in the chat. Good stuff. Good stuff. Again,
it's cool. I've had to mute myself.
Yeah, I did too for a second. Wait a minute. B says the snoring wasn't a reenactment of a phone call of her dozing off, waking up, nodding in and out, then waking up and going to bed so that people will stop. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly, B. Thank you. Well, of course, Paula, they have to, anytime you find anything like this, just like if we didn't get the footprints, we cast those, put those in a museum, it's proof that the kimberfoot exists. That's all. Yes, the Cap knows what he's talking about. Kimberfoot likes the wine. Bigfoot likes scotch. Bingo. Bingo.
So Bigfoot's just smoking big blunts and drinking scotch, and
she found it.
The Kimberfoot's got the gummies and the wine.
Doodle found it.
Oh, she found it.
She farted glitter all over. See it? They must have gave her gas
on the bottle.
Yeah, she must have been running. Well, if you drink it, you know how it gets when you drink the wine. It probably gets a little weirded out and doesn't know. There's the fart glitter. The glitter farts all over the place. Damn. Again, good job, Doodle. I can't read that to save my life, but okay. That's some really foreign looking wine. So she must have went far for that one.
You know what? I bet she had some like really fancy cheese with the wine, and that's the why there's a glitter fart all over it. All that fancy cheese.
It does, yes. It absolutely does.
Yep. You gotta have that fancy cheese, but it gives you the glitter farts.
100%. Doodlebug, I mean, you're amazing. You do such great work. And again, putting your life on the line for this. Welcome, Miss Carrie Wallingford. Thank you for joining us. Nope, no straw. I think it just kind of, you know what I mean? Raw with the bottle. I don't know. Definitely cutting the cheese. But again, Doodle, please be careful. I don't like you putting your life on the line for these adventures and excursions, but we do have proof, guys. We have absolute proof now. The only pictures of a real Kimberfoot. Again, for those of you that just came in, there she is, guys. The real deal Kimberfoot. And her dog, too. There she is. So I'm guessing that Doodle was chasing down the droppings, found the Kimberfoot, and then found the bottle after the fact.
Well, I'm just glad she gave her back her tutu.
Yeah.
Can't have any indecent pictures of the Kimberfoot going around on the interwebs.
Don't need no naked Kimberfoots running around.
No.
Have a good night. SRB. Thank you. Yes, her dog's cape is awesome too. I love it. Kimberfoot and Superdog. So, great job, Doodle. Absolute great job. So moving forward, guys. Okay, now where we at here? Stop. Where did that fucking mosquito in my house? I hate that. Okay, we're gonna start off tonight. Something called the Livonian Werewolf. It's a documentary about a supposed real life werewolf. Okay, and off to Romania we go, per se. And I hope you guys are ready for it. Get comfortable. We're going to talk about, like I said, a little bit of different things here and there tonight. And who knows where the conversation always goes somewhere different. So everything the werewolves do profits people best, for if they didn't exist, all the world's prosperity would depart. How about that? Let me know how the audio is, guys. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate you being here so very much.
In October 1691, a man candidly confessed before the judges of Jürgensburg in Swedish Livonia that he was a werewolf. The man, who was in his 80s, was known as Old Tease, and he claimed to have been a hound of God who entered hell at certain times of year, not to serve Satan, as the judges insisted, but to fight him, with the well-being of people, herds, and crops dependent on the outcome. Such outrageous claims before the demonologist's court did not fare well for the old man. Had he perhaps lost his wits due to old age? Or was there more to the sensational trial of the Livonian werewolf? For most certainly, his case provides a glimpse into the oppression and disturbing treatment of those who preserve the old ways of their lands, and quite possibly into a dangerous and chilling spiritual warfare between the servants of God and those of the devil. My name is Laura, and you are watching The Paranormal Scholar. Historical records are invaluable when researching any type of history, from obscure, quite possibly paranormal court cases to military to family. And so, with that said, before we dive too deeply into this case, if you could allow a brief moment for me to thank the sponsor of this video, MyHeritage. As a lover of historical research, recently I've been delving into my family tree, specifically focusing on my mother's side. Having partnered with MyHeritage in the past, I know a lot about my paternal lineage and how, for example, my great-grandfather Frank served in 1915 during World War I. But I didn't really know all that much about my maternal line. In this way, MyHeritage has been invaluable for helping me to track down my ancestors in an easy and enjoyable way. In particular, I've been researching my great-great-grandmother, Fanny. Not only was she born not too far away from where I was, she also got married around the same age as me. But born in 1874, a whole 121 years separate us. It's been both really strange and also really quite comforting to feel this connection to this person who, despite the distance of time, feels oddly familiar to me. Which is perhaps not odd at all, since Fanny is my family. The whole experience, which continues and evolves each time I log into MyHeritage, has really helped to illuminate on myself, where I stand in my own family tree, and thus how my own life has this richer, broader meaning that I could never have truly understood without forming a connection to people like Fanny. Providing access to more than 19 billion easily searchable historical records, MyHeritage is the leading global service for family history research and DNA testing. Their smooth and seamless platform not only allows you to build family trees that are navigable and highly functional, but rich in detail also. I've managed to build my own tree to over 200 people, finding out details I never thought possible. And with powerful tools, including instant discoveries, even if you know very little about your family history, you'll be able to unlock an entire hidden origin to your story and even bring your family members to life, with MyHeritage's advanced AI technologies being able to repair, enhance, colorize, and even mind-blowingly
I hate it. That's so creepy.
Of your ancestors.
What's up?
I said I hate it. That's so creepy.
It is. It's weird, isn't it?
No.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Where the hell was I? What? Sorry. Okay.
Even mind-blowingly animate historical photographs of your ancestors. As much as we might like listening to stories about other people, such as Old Tees, the subject of this video, I think family history is really important in helping us to understand ourselves, which is something we all need, especially in these trying times. And so I'm really happy to be able to share MyHeritage's offer of a 14-day free trial so that you too can unlock your family history and the people who, through their stories, their loves, their discount, simply find messages of lycanthropy having been preserved in the records to this day. Those who have been accused as such throughout history, especially in the early modern period, often denied the charges, only confessing under unimaginable torture. Some historians believe that such confessions echoed and reinforced both learned and popular stereotypes which paint werewolves as diabolical, the products of spiritual transgression. People cursed to assume a bestial form so as to wreak havoc on their neighbors and animals. In short, monstrous creatures very far from the path of righteousness. In this way, the case of the Livonian werewolf can be said to be strikingly different from what we might expect. In 1691, when Thies of Kaltenbrunn was summoned before the judges of Jürgensburg, he was expected to testify as a witness to a church robbery. And yet, when he was called to the stand, another witness present at the trial interjected, claiming that the old man's testimony would be null. Everyone knows, so they said, that he goes around with the devil and was a werewolf. Thus, how could old Tees swear an oath, since he had pursued them for many years? Such a shocking allegation caused the judges to swiftly turn their attention away from the accused church thief to the old man. According to the
It will get better, folks. If you're getting bored, bear with me. It gets better. The story has to be told to get to the point. So, moving forward, sorry.
1691 trial transcript from the hearings at the provincial court of Vanden, old Tees freely admitted that, indeed, he had previously been a werewolf. Although he initially claimed that he had given it up about 10 years prior, he later confessed that he was still a werewolf at that time, but that he wanted to renounce the habit, as now he had no more strength and was old. To many of those present at the trial, including one of the judges, the old man's confession was no surprise. As old Tees himself explained, his lycanthropy had come up before, so he had nothing to hide. Indeed, some 10 years before, in 1681, old Tees had claimed before other judges to have battled in hell with a farmer who was also a diabolical witch. The farmer, so Tees claimed, had winnowed grain blossoms in hell in order to take away their growth. Tees followed the supposed witch to hell so as to retrieve the grains, but the man struck him with a broomstick on which a horse tail was tied, breaking his nose, an injury that was noted by one of the judges also present.
This is all based on true events, folks. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I know, like I said, I know this is a little bit slow, but things are going to get better, I can promise.
At the 1691 trial, thinking that he was simply an old man with diminished faculties, the judges presiding over the previous case had been amused by the wild claim. And after the accused witch farmer failed to show up in court, old Tees was dismissed. Now, a decade later, the judges were once again questioning if old Tees was in good health and had his wits about him. Had he not been, and was he not still, somewhat mad? And yet, after hearing from others who knew Tees well, they concluded that the old man was very much sane and fit to stand trial. The substitute district court judge, Johan Ackerstaff, on whose estate Tees had lived and worked for several years, also declared that the old man had always been in good health, save for the nose injury, and that he never lied about such things, and after he was allowed to go free in the earlier case, he was idolized by the peasants. They, it seems, had thoroughly believed the tale of the hellish witch farmer. And so the judges proceeded to question old Tees, not as a witness in the church robbery, but as an accused in his own trial with regard to lycanthropy and other prohibited and impious acts. Reviewing the old case that had been dismissed, the judges asked how the two men, himself and the witch farmer, had travelled to hell and where it was located. Old Tees explained that the werewolves go to hell thither on foot in wolf form through the place at the end of the lake called Puer Esser, in a swamp below Lemberg, about half a mile from Klingenberg, the estate of the substitute presiding judge. There were lordly chambers and commissioned doorkeepers who stoutly resisted those who wanted to take back the grain blossoms the sorcerers brought there. He further explained that werewolves would transform by cloaking themselves in a wolf pelt that they would wear exclusively, or by simply going into bushes and taking off their clothes. In wolf form, they would run about at incredible speed and seize whatever horses and livestock fell to them. Tees, however, claimed to have never hunted large animals, only lambs, kids, piglets, and the like that they would consume on occasion during banquets. And surprisingly, he told how, at such banquets, werewolves never consumed animals raw, but instead roasted them as humans would. When asked how they were able to do so in their animal forms, Tees explained that they tore pieces off with their teeth, and with their paws they stuck the pieces on spits that they found, and when they consumed the meat, they had already turned back into men, but they made no use of bread, only salt stolen from farmsteads. To the judges, the banquets described by Thies sounded very much like the diabolical witch sabbaths hosted by the devil. The old man, however, denied the implication, claiming instead that only sorcerers eat with the devil in hell, and that werewolves were not admitted there with him. According to his account, werewolves could only descend to hell to retrieve stolen goods or grains, and even then they would do so quickly, for if they would be caught, the guards appointed by the devil would strike them with long iron goads they call canes, and they would hunt them down as if they were dogs, for the devil can't stand them. This opposition to the devil established by Thies caused great confusion and frustration. In the minds of the demonologist court, werewolves, witches, and other such paranormal creatures could have only gained their powers from the devil, and thus only be in the service of evil. Why would werewolves seek the good of their community? And why would they risk descending to hell if indeed the devil could not stand them? Thies explained that upon transformation, werewolves were endowed with the power to drag out of hell the things the sorcerers brought there, animals, grain, and other produce. And they had the power to do so 3 times a year, or when the grains are blossoming, specifically on Pentecost Eve, St. John's Eve, and Santa Lucia's Eve. On those occasions, and at the time of sowing, Thies claimed that the sorcerers carried off the yield and prosperity obtained by God's grace into hell, and that it was the werewolf's sacred mission to retrieve it. He went on to describe how, in the previous year on Santa Lucia's Eve, he and the other werewolves whom he refused to name failed to retrieve the stolen grains. The gates of hell, so he said, had already closed. This failure is claimed to have come at a great cost for the community, which had a bad year for grain thereafter. By contrast, the following year the werewolves were successful in ensuring a good harvest. Thies claimed that he retrieved from hell as much barley, oats, and rye as he could carry, and that was the reason why they had all kinds of grain in abundance at the time. And so it was that the testimony of old Thies vividly described not only his experience as a werewolf engaged in spiritual warfare against the devil and his acolytes, but also his visions of hell and unconventional beliefs about the place, all of which intrigued and confused the demonologist judges. When asked if Germans were part of the werewolf packs that battled witches in hell, Thies explained that Germans have their own hell to do battle in, suggesting that each nation or community has its own such underworld, including the Russians, who likewise had their own werewolves and witches engaged in spiritual warfare. He further described how, after death, the devil claims the souls of the witches and sorcerers who served him, while the souls of all werewolves go to heaven, for they serve God. Then, in some cases, when certain werewolves become frenzied, God allows them to die young before they wreak havoc on the innocent. Although Thies, by his own admission, was not diligent towards the church, did not listen faithfully to the word of God, did not pray diligently, nor did he take the Lord's Supper, he still believed himself a servant of divinity, even solemnly swearing that everything the werewolves do profits people best. For if they didn't exist, and the devil made off with the prosperity, robbed or stole it, all the world's prosperity would depart. He even confronted the judges, asking why should God not accept his soul, even if he didn't go to church or take the Lord's Supper, for in his youth he was not properly instructed in this. Frustrated by his bold claims, the judges considered that Thies was guilty of animal theft by his own admission, and of transgressions before God, in whose image he as a man had been shaped, an image he changed for that of a wolf. They stated that he broke the oath he had sworn to his Saviour Christ as part of his holy baptism, in which he had renounced the devil and all his creatures and works. Having forgotten God's ways, he committed, so they concluded, other highly forbidden sins of a similar sort, consistently turning to abomination and scandal, not to God's house, where he formerly could have come to knowledge and service of God through preaching and Christian instruction. Instead, he preferred to run to hell. But old Tees had not chosen this fate for himself, so he claimed. As the judges likewise observed, he gained no advantage from becoming a werewolf, since in the most obvious ways he was a poor man and thoroughly powerless. Rather, his pelt and powers were endowed, unbeknownst to him, over 20 years prior, through a drink he took from a scoundrel of another town. The stranger was supposedly himself a werewolf, then in his old age, who chose him to inherit his vital pelt and powers so as to transform, battle witches, restore fertility to the land, and even heal people and animals. Tees claimed that the stranger taught him how to treat men and animals who had been bewitched or injured by feeding them bread or salt in warm beer, accompanied by specific incantations. And these incantations likewise described a familiar motif, suggesting that the diseases were caused by witches who took the souls and life force of the afflicted to hell. During the healing rituals, the old werewolf would ask the sun and moon to go over the sea and retrieve what was taken by the maleficent witches. He was even asked by the judges to demonstrate his healing methods before the court, which the old man is said to have complied with, albeit reluctantly. After all, he considered his powers divine and only to be demonstrated to his werewolf descendant. And old Tees planned to soon impart them to another, to whom he alone can convey them. Unlike his own experience, however, he would not trick his successor. Rather, he wanted to offer the drink and pass on his powers and pelt to a willing apprentice. Unsurprisingly, the judges condemned this as a sin and a delusion from the devil. Even so, the old man stood by his decision, even claiming that there were already candidates for the role and that he knew not to tell their names to them. Indeed, as one of the judges also noted, many seemed to find old Tees as an endearingly magical and shamanesque figure within the community, relying on him for healing and good harvests, and even wanting to follow in his footsteps. Regardless, throughout his trial, Tees's candor and magical heritage were met with increasingly stern responses, with him being reproached for his supposed devilish deceit and illusion. The judges pressured him to convert to God, to let himself be instructed regarding his nature and will, to renounce such devilish excesses, to repent his sins and thereby save his soul from eternal damnation and the pains of hell. At first, Tees responded nonchalantly to their requests, wondering if anyone truly knew where his soul would go, reminding them that he was old and perhaps could no longer grasp Christian teachings. Refuting his argument, the judges asked Tees if the pact he had with the devil was so strong that he could not withdraw from it. Once again, the old man reminded them that the devil has nothing to do with him. Rather, he was God's hound. Therefore, the devil was an enemy to him. But this did little to appease the judges, who continued to question the spiritual allegiance of the old man. Finally, after long exhortation and introduction of God's wrath and eternal damnation, Tees declared that he would desist and turn himself to God. A pastor present at the trial then addressed Tees, emphasizing his grave sins before God, warning him of eternal punishment and offering God's forgiveness and grace in exchange for his sincere repentance and suffering for his sins and deceits. In response, Tees, seemingly retracting from his earlier statement of acquiescence, showed himself truly obstinate and remained insistent that all he had done was no sin against God. Rather, he had done God much service and thereby did well for the whole land. No one could tell him otherwise. And so it was that the more the pastor reproached Tees, the more obstinate the old man became. He even reprimanded the pastor, stating that he who was still young could not grasp his deeds and values, adding that what vexed him so much was that previously no one else had been prosecuted, although he was not the first and would not be the last who had practiced the same things. If it was evil, why had they let others get away with it? And certainly, the old man made a valid point. After all, the judges who had dismissed the previous case had laughed at him and his witch farmer battle, and had not, so he reminded the new judges, warned him in the slightest that he was sinning. There was, as such, nothing that the court could say or do, no amount of threats or kindness they could give or demonstrate that would convince him to recognize what they said were the many misdeeds he had committed. The Livonian werewolf would not concede. He would never renounce his past. However, if they wanted him to stop his healing and battles, he would do so henceforward. Not because he considered himself to be doing anything wrong, but because he was old and feeble anyway. Thus, seeing there was no way to teach an old dog new tricks, the court resumed their questioning of the church thief. In a rather interesting turn of events, the once accused church thief was now a witness in a werewolf trial. His own criminality sidelined, the accused testified that old Tees was also able to charm wolves and protect livestock. Yet another witness, who sought blessings for his corn seeds and cattle from Tees, spoke candidly of the old man, declaring that while Tees was in his vocation, he conferred prosperity. He also confirmed that it was commonly said of him that he was a werewolf, and the former court also knew it well, but they had done nothing to him about it. And so the court and the pastor proceeded to reproach him as well as Tees for their grievous sins, devilish temptations, and superstitions. They even made an example out of the witness before the public, reminding the audience of the strong and cruel punishment waiting for those who practice such diabolical magic, and even those who sought it from others. Meanwhile, Tees would confess no further. He was threatened to name those who sought his blessings, as well as the other werewolves he knew of, but he would simply say that such things were hard to remember for a man of his age. As he put it, he was an old fellow and could hardly think any more about what had happened earlier. Who had given him much, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, even 3 shillings, or something else, but often nothing at all. That was not a mercantile activity in which one demands money. It was based on one's free will, whether one wanted to give or not. Unable to extract more information from the old man, the court took him into custody and sent his case for deliberation and execution by the High Commission. In the legal record, the case was described as difficult and doubtful, making a definitive verdict hard to reach. Finally, however, on the 31st of October 1692, a verdict was pronounced by the High Court at Tartu. Tees's confession should be regarded as diabolical delusion. Even so, he had still powerfully sinned against himself and the others whom he led into superstition. As such, he was to be punished and turned into an object of noteworthy aversion by public flogging. However, in view of his advanced age, only 20 pairs of blows would be administered before a public gathering of the peasantry in the parish. Thereafter, Tees was also...
Dude, I'm sorry. I did not see it, sir. Welcome back to the sauce. Congrats. And I appreciate you hanging in this community for so long. I appreciate that very much. I'm sorry I didn't see it, sir. But welcome back. We appreciate having you here.
Condemned to banishment from the land forever. And so it was. The court won the day. A tragic conclusion to a remarkable case. Although Tees made no attempts to conceal the werewolf within at any point in the trial, and admitted to some 20 years of wolf transformations and witch battles in hell, he seemed to have grown impatient with the lack of understanding from the judges. After all, as perhaps can be appreciated, their reactions ranged from mixed amusement, curiosity, confusion, and frustration. In the end, however, it was their determination to confirm the key point of diabolical collusion, which compelled the old man to refrain from further statements. Being made a laughingstock was one thing, casting the old man as some sort of devilish minion was another. As far as the old werewolf was concerned, this was simply incorrect. And so, throughout the trial, Tees sought not to deny the specific charge, but to correct his accusers' prejudices and instruct them on the true, benevolent, and distinctly non-satanic nature of werewolves, a group he understood far better than they. Ultimately, no such thing was accomplished. For certainly, even today, the most open-minded among us may struggle to comprehend the concept of a not merely benign, but actively charitable and community-minded werewolf. In the hierarchy of paranormal creatures, the lycanthrope ranks as firmly malevolent. And yet, claims of benevolent werewolves are not as wild and unheard of as one might instinctually suppose. Although they, like the case of the Livonian werewolf, are all but forgotten today, such stories have been recorded before. One such instance can be found in the commentaries of the 16th century German scholar Caspar Peucer, who wrote that werewolves boast that they are compelled to keep away witches. He referred to the supposedly true account of yet another Livonian peasant who, like the mythical Lycaon, was able to turn himself into a wolf. The peasant had proudly said that he was pursuing a poisoner witch who was flying around in the shape of a fire-colored butterfly. And the concept of benevolent werewolves is not bound to historic Livonia. Stories of werewolves who act as divine agents can be found all throughout Europe in greater or smaller measure. And although such stories are rarely recorded as true accounts, a notable example can be found in a treatise by Pierre de Lancre, the French judge of Bordeaux who conducted the massive Lambourg witch hunt of 1609. In his writings concerning werewolves and their diabolical transformations, he mentioned that some of them believed themselves to be the enemies of witches. He particularly focused on his confrontation with Jean Grenier, a 13-year-old boy who had been put on trial in 1603 as a werewolf and condemned to spend his life in a Franciscan convent. Due to his young age, Jean had not been tortured for his confession. Instead, he gave it willingly. Years later, in 1610, the judge had a long conversation with the young man, who candidly told him that he had been a werewolf and had therefore run across the country by the order of the Lord of the Forest, who he described as a big black man who had given him his wolf skin. As de Lancre noted, Jean would confess this freely to everybody without denying anything, believing that he was exempt from any reproach or guilt since he wasn't a werewolf anymore. In the past, de Lancre explained, it has been said that this Lord of the Forest hunts down witches and wizards across woods and fields and takes them out of their coffins when they die, enjoying tormenting and pursuing them even after their death. In his book about the trial of the Livonian werewolf, Italian historian Carlo Ginzburg even noted that the resemblances between the two cases, young Jean Grenier and old Thies, are striking. Their confessions, in both cases immune from torture, far from being isolated inventions, seem to point to a more ancient layer of beliefs that were later turned into diabolical witchcraft. Likewise, elements found in the testimony of old Thies, such as the significance of the Eve of Santa Lucia, the theft of fertility, and the recovery of seeds from the underworld, correspond to widespread traditions that originate in the ancient past and echo mythological motifs found throughout Europe. Furthermore, the transformation into totemic animals such as wolves, hellish battles, magical drinks as rites of passage that provide one with supernatural powers, and visions of the underworld are all indicative of ancient shamanic practices. In this way, the shamanesque quality of old Thies's character and experience is comparable with that of the Italian Benandanti, the Hungarian Tartos, and the Romanian Scolomancers, to name a few, all magical people whose divine powers put them in service of the greater good of the community. And so, in the end, we can only wonder, was old Thies one of these magical people who protected his community from bewitchers? Or was he simply an old and feeble fellow who had lost his wits? Although his case and his claims are certainly a source of paranormal sensationalism, many lose sight of the fact that, underneath it all, he was a real person. An 80-year-old man who risked his life in an attempt to illuminate the dark minds of his accusers. And so one can only ask,
damn it, Captain,
what would be worth the risk, if not the truth? Thank you so much for watching, and thank you.
Right at the end, too, you had to make me laugh at the bit. Jesus Christ. Again, guys, I know it was kind of boring. I wanted that story. That's a real story based off of real events. And listen, something that's interesting that I've read about this stuff for years. I love it. Jesus, that freaked me out. especially in Europe, Romania, all of the places that you would imagine. There's stories of these lycanthrope scenarios happening and so on and so forth. And you got to wonder, like, was there a lot of crazy people back then that were, on their version of drugs? Did they alcohol, or did they really see these things? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's pretty crazy to think about, folks. It really is.
It could be like the theory behind the mass hysteria of the Salem witch trials was that it was moldy bread.
100%.
And it was the type of mold that they were able to, people eventually made LSD out of.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
They were eating moldy bread and then having full-on hallucinations.
Hallucinations, right. It happens, guys. I mean, there's different variations of what could truly have happened, or did these things exist? You know what I mean? You got to look at it from all 4 angles, in my opinion, or 6 angles, or 8 angles, whatever way you look at it. You got to look at it from every direction, because we just don't know. You know what I mean? The Livonian, that was a quick, and I don't want to take any credit from her. It was a very quick and kind of a weak version of that story. I read this story a long time ago, and when Andy sent over the Romanian Lord to me, I was like, I remember this story. I read this story when I was 16, the Livonian werewolf, and it was way more in depth and detailed. I didn't get a chance to like go through that because it was just a quick thing I had to put out there. But the in-depth story was way more, and the accounts of the people that saw this and experienced this scenario. I mean, it was creepy, folks. It scared the hell out of me. People were they didn't put it in here, but people were waking up in the middle of the night with this thing in their home over top of them. Children were taken. Okay. Animals were taken. They found animals like shredded in their villages. If this was just an old man doing this, think about that for a minute. Where is that I just saw that? The mushrooms. I mean, again, Pink, very possible.
I was going to say that, like, this is hundreds of years ago. Maybe people were still kind of figuring out which mushrooms were
you shouldn't eat
good
these
ones and which ones were the really good ones.
Right. And we know, like you said, hundreds of years ago, people lived off the land more than we do now. And everything that God gave us or put on this planet, or whoever gave us, for whoever you guys are, people used what they could. They didn't have all the resources we have now. So you see mushrooms, you grab mushrooms. You eat mushrooms, you either eat them and they're good, or you're seeing werewolves and flying goblins and stuff because you don't know. And they don't know. Things have come so far along, but still, think about it.
Now, he was a peasant, wasn't he?
Yes. Very much
so it's very possible and likely that he was in fact foraging for his own food and was seeing what he could find in the woods, and maybe eating moldy bread, and maybe he had these delusions that he was actually a werewolf.
Agreed. And if he was doing this as a peasant every day of his life, the older he got, the harder it is to, I guess, forage for your own food. He's just taking what he can get. And again, if these things are making him experience this scenario, it was, honest to God, guys, basically, an LSD trip or a PCP, whatever, not PCP, LSD, whatever the hell you want to call I can't remember exactly what mushrooms actually provide, but
psilocybin.
Yeah, thank you, psilocybin. I was trying to remember which one of them was man-made, one of them is whatever. Anyway, so
not that I would know or anything.
No, no, we get it. We get it. If it grows naturally like a weed, yeah, right. And here's the thing: is there was other stuff back in the day, folks. That there's a plant that grows next to your garage that will kill pain. It's like a natural painkiller. It's a weed. I don't know exactly what it is. I've looked for it on purpose to see if it's real, but it's there. And all of this stuff is out here, guys. There's marijuana. Of course, we know how that is. But there's other things that grew that would cause hallucinatory type feelings, or, all that kind of stuff. Native Americans are very in tune with that kind of stuff. So back in the day, of course, I mean, even now, probably, I'm just saying, 1 second. So, anyway, like I said, I just wanted to tell. I thought that story was going to be a little bit more in detail and give a little bit more gusto to it. It was quite interesting. I love the historical stories that are told about things that have gone on way long times ago, and I have another one in here in regards to that type of stuff with ghosts and specters. Like I said, I don't want to bore anybody, and I know I have.
I just want to point out that there was a significant date mentioned when talking about his trial and everything for being a werewolf, and that was Halloween of the same year of the Salem witch trials.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
That's kind of cool.
It is. Very much so. Very much so. These things all go together. I'm not a numbers person. I never have been, but...
Oh, I'm just a nerd with dates and history.
100%. It happens. Like I said, it's good. That's good that you can do that stuff. I just can't follow the number stuff. Wait a minute. Oh shit. I hope to God that's not it. Hold on a second, folks. Hold on a minute. Okay, it was identified. Oh no, wrong one. One minute. Hold on.
This is the song. Never ends. It just goes on and my friend.
I can't find it now. Okay. Sorry about that. Something else popped up that kind of freaked me out a little bit. 1 second.
You weren't watching Tony's TikTok, were you?
Oh, no. I don't watch any of that crap.
None of making a joke about something popping up and scaring you.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so I'm going to bounce this around a little bit. Like I said, we're going to be doing a few different things. This is something some of this stuff I've had for a while now. I just haven't had the chance to do anything with it. 1 second here. Oh, no, that one I can't. I forgot I can't do that. Okay, hold on here.
Are you able to play the video from the Hoya Baciu forest? Or is that one of the ones you can't play?
Are you talking about the Strigoi?
No, the Hoya Baciu forest.
Is that in here?
Yeah, it's one of the ones that I sent you.
I'm looking. I see
It was one of the first ones I sent you.
The folklore of Romania.
Before that, I think.
I'm looking back. The most haunted forest in the world?
Yep. Yes, sir. That's it.
Is this the one? Is this the out of China?
No, that's Romania.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, this is again. It goes along with the Romanian folklore. Well,
I think you're thinking of the mountain in Japan.
That's what I was thinking of. Right. Okay.
That's it.
Cool.
Nope, this place has a bit of everything. There's strange.
Yes. I think we touched on this a little bit a while back, guys, with another case or another story we were referring to. This is that place that has the trees that grow like in a weird you'll see.
There's also a story of a little girl who went missing and then 5 years later reappeared but hadn't aged and was still in the same clothing.
Yes. This guys, we did touch on this a while back. This is pretty cool. Molly actually sent me something months ago that had something that related to this too. If you remember that, Molly. Are you here, Mom? Well, thank you so much, Cap. I really appreciate it, sir. And that goes to anybody that donates. Like I said, guys, it literally does pay for my internet and stuff like that. It all goes directly to that. So you guys keep me running. I appreciate you so very much. And again, thank you, Cap, so much. All right, moving forward. Let me know how the audio is. Can you hear it, Andy?
Yep.
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel International Storyteller. In this channel you will find true horror stories worldwide. These stories are for entertainment purposes only. In this video, I will tell you the mysterious and haunted story behind the Hoya Baciu forest. The Hoya Baciu forest is considered the world's most haunted or creepiest forest because of all the creepy and unexplainable events that are happening in the forest. This forest is located in Transylvania, which is in the northwestern part of Romania. Hoya Baciu forest is one of the oldest forests in Romania and covers an area of approximately 250 hectares of land, or 3 square kilometers. The trees in the Hoya Baciu forest have weird forms and shapes. The trees do not grow straight up, but bend and spiral as if they were twisting their limbs to reach out and touch you. There are also trees that are 200 years old, but still, the trees seem to be young. Many scientists came to this forest to examine the tree growth patterns, but they have been unable to figure out why the trees grow in such a strange or irregular fashion. This weird form of the tree also gives a creepy feeling to the place. When the wind blows through the strangely shaped branches, people hear a sound similar to skin crawling on our bodies. It seems as if the forest is trying to talk to you. This forest is famous and widely known for a number of paranormal activities, disappearances of people, alien encounters, and other strange occurrences. Many strange lights were frequently seen inside the forest. Because of the creepy nature of the forest and the disappearance of many people inside the forest, it is often referred to as the Bermuda Triangle of Romania. The Bermuda Triangle is considered as the black hole of the ocean and is located in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean. The mysterious thing about the Bermuda Triangle is the strange disappearance of ships and planes passing through the region. Many people believed that the Hoya Baciu forest in Romania was even more mysterious than the Bermuda Triangle. Local people said that it was inhabited by many ghosts or the devil, and perhaps even aliens. Why did people call the Hoya Baciu forest as the Bermuda Triangle of Romania? Is Hoya Baciu forest in Romania really haunted? In order to know this, let us hear the true story behind the Hoya Baciu forest. People who live near the Hoya Baciu forest swear that the forest is really haunted. But the actual origin of the haunting in Hoya Baciu forest of Romania is still not known. It is often said that the story behind the haunting or the strange events happening in Hoya Baciu forest began hundreds of years ago with the disappearance of a shepherd from the forest. Many years ago, a shepherd along with his 200 sheep who entered the Hoya Baciu forest disappeared into the forest, and they were never seen again. Many people continued to search for the lost shepherd along with his 200 sheep, but the shepherd's belongings such as clothes and the sheep's dead bodies or bones were never found. It is like they just vanished into thin air without a trace. After that, another unexplainable incident happened to a young girl who entered the Hoya Baciu forest and got lost. Many years ago, a 5-year-old young girl accidentally entered the Hoya Baciu forest.
Yes, that's very true. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Josh Gates. I love Josh Gates. Okay. He's been on a show, multiple Destination Unknown,
Expedition Truth, and there's a bunch of
all of these. I love Josh. I love Josh. Like I would hug Josh if I saw Josh. There's something about him that I love him. Anyway,
well, I love his shows because you get like cryptozoology, you get archaeology, you get
it all. Yeah,
all kinds of stuff. It's so cool.
It's a barrage or I guess you could say a smorgasbord of stuff. It's amazing. So, he doesn't bullshit. I don't, he I think I get a real feel from everything. I know it's a TV show, but I get a real feel from it. This whole, what Mom said here, his camera guy got tossed while they were in this forest. I remember that episode. That was,
yeah, it was insane.
yeah.
I wish we could play it here. It's so crazy. I mean, it looked like he got lifted up by the back of his jacket and like thrown or pulled
there was no
out
way
of
to
the
fake
circle.
that shit either. Right.
No.
No way to fake that, guys. Sorry. So absolutely. Yes. Thanks, Mom.
And never came out of it. The local people continued to search for the little girl for a long time, but unfortunately, she was nowhere to be found. So, people lost hope in finding her. But 5 years after the little girl disappeared, she came out of the forest alive and well. She was still wearing the same clothes she wore on the day of her disappearance. The mysterious thing is that the little girl has shown up again from the forest after 5 years of her disappearance, but she has not aged even one day. This means she looks the same age as she did 5 years ago, before her disappearance in the forest. People ask her where she has been for the last 5 years, but she can't remember where she has been or what has happened to her over the past 5 years. So, where did the 5-year-old young girl actually go? How was she able to keep herself alive for the last 5 years? All these strange incidents make people believe that the forest is a portal to a parallel universe and could time travel. Some people believe that the little girl was not actually lost in the forest. Instead, she traveled to the future for 5 years. This is why the 5-year-old young girl has not aged a single day after she shown up from her disappearance in the forest. However, these early disappearances in the Hoya Baciu forest were just the beginning, and there have been more recent disappearances of many people as well. It wasn't until the 1960s that the Hoya Baciu forest came to be known as a mysterious or haunted place. All this began due to the large number of UFO sightings in the Hoya Baciu forest during these years. Some visitors to the forest also claim to have seen strange lights and objects in the sky, while others have reported encountering alien beings. In fact, some of these sightings were caught on tape. In the 1960s, a famous photograph of an unidentified flying object in the sky above the Hoya Baciu forest was taken by a biologist named Alexandru Sift. Then, a few years later, another military technician also captured a photograph of a UFO hovering above the forest. In 1968, a military technician named Emil Barnia was going into the Hoya Baciu forest with his girlfriend and a few friends. This incident happened in the month of August. It was a sunny afternoon, and Emil Barnia's girlfriend told him that she saw something weird in the sky above the Hoya Baciu forest. He walked over to where his girlfriend was standing, and he saw it too. The object looks like a shining silver disc in the sky. Luckily, Emil Barnia had his camera with him, and before the object flew away, he was able to capture 4 photos of the UFO. The UFO stayed in the sky for about 2 minutes, and then flew away. The photo of the UFO captured by Emil Barnia was published in local papers. At first, many people did not trust the photo. Some people said it was probably a weather balloon shot in odd lighting conditions. Investigators looked into weather balloons, blimps, or anything else that might have been in the sky in that area on that day, but they found no record of any object flying in the sky on that day. The photo negatives were also examined to see if Emil Barnia had altered the images, but no evidence of changes could be found. This proof that UFO sightings in the Hoya Baciu forest are actually real. Since then, the place has attracted many people from all around the world. Some people started to think that the strange things happening in Hoya Baciu forest were caused by the large number of UFO sightings in this forest. The most strange thing about the Hoya Baciu forest is the mysterious empty spot located at the center of the forest. This mysterious empty spot is also known as the dead zone or the clearing sites. The mysterious empty spot is perfectly round, and no vegetation grows in that particular area. Why trees and plants just stop growing around this empty spot at the center of the forest is still a mystery. Many scientists came to the forest and examined the soil in the round empty spot area. When they examined it, the soil was perfectly fine, but they could not find out why no plant or tree grows in this particular area. Moreover, this round empty spot, or the dead zone, is where ghosts and other paranormal activity have been frequently spotted. Many strange human forms, like shadow figures, are seen in this round empty spot. Romanian witches or psychic mediums claim that the void is a portal to the paranormal world. When someone steps into the round empty spot or the dead zone, they are surrounded by dense forest, and they feel being cut off from the outside world. But most people believe that the round empty spot or dead zone was caused by UFO when landing in that particular area. Many people also claim to have seen strange lights falling from the sky above the forest. Because of this, people who live near the forest refuse to go inside the Hoya Baciu forest. There are also many other reasons why people did not like to go into the Hoya Baciu forest. The forest also holds a lot of history, as there is evidence of people originally settling inside this forest in 6500 BC, making it the oldest settlement in all of Romania. According to the story, the forest is haunted by the spirits of farmers who were murdered there a long time ago. People who are brave enough to enter the Hoya Baciu forest feel restless and agitated. They have reported seeing ghostly figures or strange faces right in front of them with their naked eyes. Sometimes people see scary glowing green eyes staring at them from a distance. They also hear strange voices in the forest, creepy laughs of women, or screams of young girls. Visitors also claim that as soon as they walk into the forest, they start feeling strange sensations, such as dizziness, nausea, and headaches. Others who enter the forest walk out with scratches, bruises, or burn marks on their bodies that they did not have before, and they have no idea where they came from. Whenever someone enters the forest, they claim to remember all kinds of weird things from the past, but completely forget about them when they walk out of it. There was a real scary incident that happened to a woman who went into the forest a few years ago. The woman said that when she entered the forest, the branches of the tree started to move even when there was no wind. Then she started feeling that something was watching her from behind her back. She was very scared, so she stood very still and did not make any noise. Then the woman started hearing a strange whispering voice through the bushes. She heard the voices of her mother calling for her to come back. But her mother has been dead for over 20 years. Then the woman ran out of the forest and managed to escape from there. But the forest has left a scary mark on her. While staying at her home, she sleepwalks through the house at night. Once, her son woke up to see her looking out the window, still with her eyes wide open. He asked her what she was doing. But the woman replies that her mother, who was already dead 20 years ago, is calling her over and over again, and she needs to go to her mother.
So that would be what they call a mimic, which would also be something that could be interesting to look into sometime.
Mimic?
A mimic.
Yeah.
Which
Absolutely.
There isn't a whole lot that scare me, but mimics do.
Mm-hmm.
It's freaky, and I've had an experience with one before.
Really?
Yeah, it was of my brother. And I saw it walk past the door down the hall into our study. And then a few minutes later, my brother actually came down and walked the same direction that the thing had. And like I had heard him talking when I thought it was him walking by. And then, yeah, like a second later, I see him walk by. So it was weird.
That would scare the dog shit out of me. Sorry.
Yeah. It was, yeah.
I'm like you. I don't get scared by a lot because I live by this stuff. But sorry. If I saw.
Yeah, no, mimics freak me out.
Mm-hmm. Was there any extenuating circumstances going on around when that happened?
Possibly, but not something that I really want to get into here.
Oh, okay. No problem. Just trying to make it. You know what I mean? Put it together. That's all. But no problem. Listen, understand something. I don't. Nobody will be judged in here for any, because at some point I'm going to be bringing in people's personal experiences and stuff like that for this too. So nobody will ever be judged in here for any. I don't care what it is, how outlandish it sounds or whatnot. You're not going to be attacked nor judged for that. That's what this is all about. So anyway, just want everybody to know that ahead of time. I don't want people to be afraid to talk about things, embarrassed or worried that somebody's going to think they're crazy. It don't work that way in here. So anyway, go ahead with what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not even that I would think people,
not
people
you.
think
No,
that
no,
I'm
no.
crazy
I know. Yeah, not you. I just wanted to put that out there
Yeah.
because it made me think of that. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's just one of those things where like my brother's passed and I don't want to like say negative things about him, but it may have been something that he may have brought upon himself, if that makes any sense.
I think we talked a little bit about that before. So yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about. 100%. It makes sense. Absolutely. Which Paula says, I've never had any paranormal experiences or seen anything strange. Bummer. You know what though? You may have and just not known it, Paula. Not saying that you don't have an open mind, okay? But a lot of people that don't open their mind up will not experience certain things. I know that sounds ridiculous. That came from a psychologist. Just saying. But anyway. Moving forward.
Okay, there was one picture there that just looked like Michael Myers.
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel International Storyteller. In this channel you will find true horror stories worldwide. These stories are...
Sorry guys. What did you say, hon? Right before that popped up. Are you there? What happened? Where'd she go? There you go. What did you say right before that?
Just that one of the pictures looked like the Michael Myers mask from the Halloween movies.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. All right. So there is that. Sorry about the echo. My apologies. Okay. Moving forward. Where did it go? Okay, back up now. I'm going to try something else here. What the heck is that noise?
Oh, sorry. My earbuds.
No.
One of them's not working.
No, you're okay.
I thought I was muted. My bad.
Now, sticking to the like Romania stuff like this, I'm gonna give you guys a little something more. Again, this is out of the Czech Republic. Again, the gate. I think this is considered to be a gate into hell, is what they classify this as.
This is the one in Prague.
Prague, yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a gate.
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Let's see what happens here. That was weird. Yeah, it definitely was weird. That sound after what we were just talking about, I was like, what the hell is that noise? That's something else, David, we're getting into too here relatively soon. What's up, Carly? Thank you for joining us. When my brother was going through chemo and at his weakest had an experience, he remembers shadow figures, grays at the foot of his bed staring at him as they... Whoa. That's pretty wild. Interesting. See, these types of things, stories, experiences, please. I want to hear it. You know, I'm interested in. You'll never be judged for it, or nobody will ever look at you like you're crazy. And I don't have to put people's names or anything to anything if you don't want to. Tom, what did you say? You have a picture of my ex-in-laws front door? You're hilarious, Tomboy. I love it. All right. Here we go.
Where a mysterious meteorite landed in the past and created such a strong energy field that the entire territory of the country is literally dotted with mysterious places of various natures. The Czech Republic is associated with a concentration of energetically powerful places capable of healing and frightening.
Congratulations on your 1 month anniversary. We appreciate you being in this community and the channel here, and thank you so very much. Appreciate you.
Mysterious castles, numerous sites of mystics and the esoteric, or with frequent occurrences of extraterrestrial activities. When you visit Hoska Castle, you will get chills down your spine. You may not sleep for a few nights. You will feel nauseous. Other places are imbued with a pleasant, mysterious energy, like the Shumova Mountains. It can be felt by all who are just a little sensitive. And if you visit Prague, you are in one of the most mysterious cities in the whole world. So let's enter the Czech Republic. And first of all, a place that hasn't been open to the general public for decades. First, we visit the mysterious rocky region where Hoska Castle is located. The Czech poet Karel Hynek Mácha wrote to a friend in 1836 that it was at this castle that he traveled through time and found himself in 2006, which was revealed to him by a girl he met in the future. Legend or truth? Castle Hoska. There are places where you definitely don't want to be alone. But there's only one place where you have a damn good reason not to be. In the case of Hoska Castle, founded in the 13th century, we're talking about a place that is associated with the darkest and scariest of things.
There's a problem with Castle Hoska. The border is unknown, the trade route is not known, and the surrounding settlement, nothing is known about that.
Pagans call it darkness. Christians call it hell. And you don't have to be a believer to feel the supernatural power of the place.
That castle is there to keep something from getting into the outside world. Castle Hoska has a second name, the Hole or the Gate to Hell, gateway to other worlds.
During the reconstruction of the castle in the 19th century, one of the workers was doing maintenance work when he suddenly heard strange voices coming from the castle chapel. No one was there, and the voices seemed to be coming from the walls. The worker was understandably seized with terror and fled the scene.
Here, in this place where we're standing, the earth should have cracked. The rock should have burst, a crevice so deep they called it the Hole, or the Gate to Hell. And through that opening, apart from the sulphurous smell, beings should have ascended to the light of God, and they were called hell beasts, devils, taking on inhuman form, half animals, half humans. They were called inhumans.
Later, the worker was able to describe his experience, and of voices speaking in a language unknown to him, he remembered the word seraph. Seraph is a celestial being mentioned in the Old Testament. According to Christians, seraphs are of the order of angels surrounding God himself. So is there a battle of good and evil at Hoska Castle? Is Hoska, as they say, the gateway to hell? Who are the guardians? Angels? Is the devil himself standing against them? According to legend, the builders of the original Gothic castle decided to explore the gorge.
Even before they sealed the hole, they were supposed to lower a prisoner into it. It says he was an arsonist and a murderer, so he agreed to it. But halfway through, he changed his mind and said that the hell below Hoska was far worse than the punishment that awaited him. And they were supposedly lowering a young man there, but an old man came back up.
People who have stayed at the castle in recent years have experienced hard-to-believe phenomena. For example, they heard the clinking of fireplace tools, or couldn't get through doors that can't be locked. When a suicide attempt was made one night by jumping out of a window, further requests for adventurous sleepovers at the castle were denied. No one wanted to awaken the darkness of depression in visitors. How is it possible that there was always an orange glow on the camera image at different points in the castle, and nowhere else during the entire shoot? How is it possible that in a room with no windows, unknown particles were always flying in different directions? And it's not just the underground that shows its mystery. In the attic, the ravages of time creates a suffering face out of cobwebs. Hoska Castle has a really special energy, and we are not the only ones who have noticed strange things at Hoska Castle. In the past, the paranormal team has noticed trouble and strange noises.
In 2014, during the research at Hoska Castle, we found various abnormalities that mainly affected the equipment. It happened very often. The radios went dead. The camera, which had a fully charged battery, suddenly counted down, 4, 3, 2, 1, and turned off. After one checkup, I felt a burning sensation on my chest, and it blistered, which has never happened to me before. It was Mr. Marish who was in charge of the chapel, and as far as the chapel was concerned, he was supposed to have experienced, and even recorded it on camera, blows to the ground, like someone hitting the ground with a sledgehammer, and that's what it sounded like on the recording. Legend has it that this place is guarded by a figure dressed in black, wearing a black cloak and a black hood, and has no face. She's not evil, she's just guarding.
Hoska Castle was built as a Gothic residence on the site of a wooden fortress. We can only assume what took place here in pagan times. It is possible that this peak of the Dubska Hills became a place of rituals and magical initiations in ancient times. Whether we call them mages or witches, their connection to the underworld was intuitive in pagan times. Not much to do with logic. However, when you wield supernatural powers, the temptations tend to be great, especially where dark energies are prevalent in places of power.
Our ancestors were afraid of this hole, or the gate to hell, and decided to seal it. They plugged it when it could not be filled in, and building a chapel over it, like a giant seal. This they entrusted to the archangel Michael, who is the counterbalance to the other side, before he protested against the Almighty. Protesting against the Almighty threatened to bring about the fall of man.
We soon learned that Holska Castle attracted even occult-obsessed Nazis during World War II.
During World War II, the Germans stored occult literature here. They had Jewish Cabal, Masonic books. They did magic here.
It remains a mystery why the dead bodies of Nazis were found outside the castle after the war, when there was never any fighting at the castle. Who killed them? Why did they die? Where were they buried?
Under the wooden floor. They weren't graves. They were just under the floor.
Moreover, historical documents reveal that the castle was supposed to be a breeding place for representatives of the Aryan race.
I'm convinced that here, if we put it in quotes, they wanted to produce those nutters, those berserkers who only hear go, 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 fear nothing and move forward.
The graves were found after the war by children who came for a convalescent stay. Those buried were wearing strange uniforms. If you work with dark energy, sooner or later it will destroy you, kill you. The imprisoned Polish and Russian women were said never to have left the castle. Did they succumb to sacrificial rituals, like the buried Nazis? The Germans said they wanted to decide the war from this castle. There was also a man at the castle who claimed Holska was a location for time teleportation.
This is a man who claimed to be Irish and to know that Hitler had teleported from here. Work it out for yourself.
The Irishman attended a mystery conference at the castle and convinced the owner that there was a teleportation room. Alexandra Mackenzie, a clinical hypnotherapist, also experienced something unexpected here, thanks to her extraordinary spiritual abilities.
I had an impulse. You must go to Huska Castle. There's a chapel in the castle. There's an entrance to the chapel, and both my husband and I stopped, and it wouldn't let us in. I had a strong feeling that we had to go outside the castle, and suddenly the wind blew, and it blew my hair in my face. At that moment, I entered another dimension, another time.
I think there are two ways to travel through time. One is at the level of technology, but I'm personally hugely inspired by the books of David Bohm, who describes a kind of holographic universe in the sense that by, say, electrochemical stimulation of the brain, you can recall memories from the past or even from the future. One actually perceives perfectly the experience from the past, with all the details, or from the future, as if one were in it right now.
I turned around and I became a priestess.
We found out that at that particular place, at the lookout, pagan ceremonies were held for a rich harvest.
I look down at myself and think, that's strange. I was wearing a white linen dress and a belt, which I then painted on because I saw it in detail. It had flowers embroidered on it. It was tied up.
Whatever we actually observe is, one can call it a kind of hologram, meaning if we observe a hologram of the present moment in exactly the same way, in my opinion, the consciousness can be tuned in the same way to observe a hologram in the past, and yet, moreover, none of us are actually able to distinguish which of the holograms I am observing right now.
And I walked down the hill like a priestess in procession. There were still a few young women there. I came down and I wanted to enter the castle from the side. And that's when it hit me. I thought, oh, maybe they're going to sacrifice me. I saw that the priestess's dress had fallen off her like that, and she was standing there naked.
They entrusted the grain to chaos, and the priestess of the harvest lay down on the furrow, and the prince of the harvest on her.
I didn't want to know what was going to happen next. It was interesting to see the inside of the castle, though. Something was obviously going on. Some kind of ritual, whether positive or negative, I couldn't say.
Certainly physically, you as a person are not going anywhere. In spirit, yeah. Particles move from the past to the future, and antiparticles move from the future to the past. Yeah, so the arrow of time doesn't really play any role in terms of physics or quantum theory. All processes are actually reversible. Like anything can move towards the future or towards the past.
Then the wind that blew through my hair, the way it made me turn around, made me shift in time to another place, to another person. Whether it was my past life, I don't know, but it was someone else's story.
Einstein's theory of relativity about time travel is admitted by default.
What if centuries ago a place was found in northern Bohemia that had been a portal to enormous energy power since pagan times?
The message was that now is the time when female energy must be reactivated.
Was Hoska a place that, with the advent of Christianity, was legitimately interpreted as a gateway to hell? Or even a place where one can travel through time? Were the manifestations of magical and paranormal forces evoked by pagan sorcerers the main and perhaps the only reason for the construction of the Gothic fortress? There are some places that don't scare, but heal instead. Prague is an absolutely unique mystical place in the center of Europe. According to occult tradition, it belongs in the domain of Leo, just like, for example, Greek Delphi or Italian Rome. It is a place that seems to have emerged from a fantasy saga of hidden secrets, angels and demons. The mother of cities, the Golden One, the Centurion, these are its other names. The very name refers to a place where one passes from one dimension to another, a place supposedly chosen by a psychic in ancient times, part of which was built a few centuries later in the model of Jerusalem. Nowhere else do you feel such a thin line between the material and spiritual worlds as in Prague. One of Prague's most amazing secrets is in the Carmelite monastery at Hradčany. It's the mummified figure of a woman. She sits on a wooden chair, and in the Christian world she is known as Marie, the Elector of Jesus. And her story is truly extraordinary.
She was named Mary Electa. Electa means chosen one. And it probably points to the fact that the officials who gave the name must have perceived her as special in some way.
Even in her childhood, Marie was called the Holy Child. Many considered her one of the greatest mystics of her time.
A saint is a person who, during their lifetime, was close to God in some extraordinary way, and people around them somehow perceived that God's holiness, God's goodness, God's beauty, or God's courage was manifested in them.
After the death of her father, to whom she had a very strong attachment, Marie Electa was so shaken that in her deep grief she was able to bring herself to a quite extraordinary state of consciousness. She reportedly heard the voice of God comforting her with the words, "Do not be afraid. From now on, I will be your father."
We knew that Mother Electa was greeted on her arrival in Prague by enthusiastic crowds of Prague citizens who already knew about her and regarded her as a saint.
In the monastic silence, solitude, contemplation, and deprivation of the individual senses, she may have been able to connect with God repeatedly. Her spiritual growth was utterly unique.
Before she died, she had her diary burned.
Why she did so We can only guess.
What has survived are a few letters from confessors or spiritual directors, and these reveal the great depth and intensity of her spiritual life.
On January the 14th, 1663, there was reportedly a big frost, and a mortar froze. Perhaps this is why the Masons used boiling water to bury Maria Lecter in the tomb cavity. The water flowed not only into the grave, but also into the coffin. No one knew about the use of impregnating and preserving agents in the treatment of the body of the deceased before burial. No mention of mummification was found anywhere. There was a strange glow coming from the tomb, and even strange voices were heard in the monastery. One nun went to the tomb to relieve her headache. It seemed to her that Marie Electa had gained the power of healing after death. Miracles began to happen, and this led to a quite unique decision for that time. 3 years after the burial of Prioress Marie Electa, more precisely on the 14th of January, 1666, the new Mother Superior, Ephrasia of Jesus, gave her consent to open the tomb. Surviving written testimonies confirm that one of the reasons for this unusual decision was the extremely strong smell of violets around Electa's grave, although none grew there. After the 3 nuns had re-excavated the grave and uncovered the lid of the coffin, a shocking revelation was made.
The body was found to be intact, so a medical board was convened. These were the most accomplished physicians of the time, and they confirmed the intactness of the body and described it as miraculous and beyond all power.
The preservation of the body is a proof of holiness, because it's as a result of sins that the body decays. The cases of such preserved bodies are known mainly from the so-called Christian environment. Some Roman martyrs were preserved in this way. It is not entirely about saints or people from church circles. Of course, even the non-decomposing bodies were of a different concern. Fears of vampires and so on. But in this case, it's a higher layer of spirituality, somewhere elevated above that.
Her body was exhumed and examined by experts for 14 years.
It may be that even after death, the person bears signs of divine proximity or a certain divine action, and that the body does not decay and remains preserved.
It is a miracle. It is the same as the case of Saint Cecilia in the Trastevere when it was dug up. What's a miracle anyway, right? It's actually when many causes, physical and otherwise, come together at a single point, in a single sort of node. And suddenly something happens that doesn't normally happen.
The Commission wrote a report, still preserved today, which states only one thing.
In 2003, under the guidance of Dr. Emanuel Vulcet, the body of Marie Electa was further examined, and even then they confirmed in their report that the phenomenon was extremely remarkable and rare.
Electa was a prominent Carmelite nun. She was an intellectual, but she also lived a rich, contemplative life, and that was the reason for the preservation of the body. Little known, for example, that she suffered terrible pain for 30 years. She had severe cirrhosis of the liver and other illnesses, but she, through the power of her faith, was able to somehow rise above her body, above the pain, that she tuned into that inner strength, which she then turned outwards. That's actually how that energy can be transmitted.
Today, Maria Electa's body is mobile at the shoulder, elbow, and knee joints. Maria Electa is sitting in a chair without support. People can still come to admire her well-preserved body and ask the Carmelite for intervention.
We keep in our archives hundreds of testimonies of people who say that they have experienced or are experiencing the help of Mother Electa, whether in health, work, housing or relationships.
I prayed to Mary Electa for help and the surgery went well.
And although my platelet count still wasn't up to normal, it was half of the lower end of normal. I've been taken off medication and just keep going for checkups. It's been over 5 years.
Believers claim that miracles still happen today through her intervention. When you love God, miracles can happen, and Maria Lecter is said to have been one who was in close communion with God.
I've always been listened to. Mary Lecter asked me to fast and pray. Thank you very much. It will be possible to visit Mother Electa and pray with her in the space that will be created under the church in the crypt. We're planning to build a museum here. If everything goes well, it will be in 2024.
Was Maria Lecter a spiritual being with quite extraordinary abilities? It is not only for Marie Electa that a new church will be built in Drasti, near Prague. There is another mystery connected to the Carmelites, which attracts hundreds of thousands of believers every year. The world knows it as Bambino di Praga. The wax statue of the child was donated to the Carmelite Church of Our Lady of Victory by Polixena of Lobkowitz.
So, of course, the story is shrouded in mystery of the unknown. The fact that Jesus began to be portrayed as a child is, I think, connected with the beginning of the second millennium.
There would have been nothing strange about a seemingly ordinary gift of mysterious and unexplained origin from an Orthodox Catholic if the statue of Jesus had not been accompanied by the reputation of something miraculous.
For myself, it's a bit of a mystery how baby Jesus became so famous around the world. You'd think it would be an ordinary statue. I think of it as two things. One, the statue is really artistically valuable. And the second, for these people, at least as I see it, is they experience something that I would describe as a loss of fear of God here. They see God depicted as a little child.
The Bambino di Praga arrived at the temple from Spain, and over the centuries has gained a reputation in many ways similar to that of the French Lourdes, the Portuguese Fatima, or the Bosnian Medjugorje.
We came to thank the baby Jesus for the arrival of our son Sebastian, who was born when we were 41 years old and after we had been told we could no longer have children. Thank you, Jacqueline, Hermes, and Sebastian from Costa Rica.
The baby Jesus is not miraculous itself. Christ actually works through it. It is a kind of door to heaven. The baby Jesus is something extraordinary. Not like a warrior of God, but a defenseless child is the ultimate power. Enough people here have experienced such a settlement. Many people come here as childless married couples and ask for the gift of a child. And we have documented many cases where this has been successful.
Thousands of people came to the statue to pray, to ask for a miracle, for a cure, and other benefits.
In May 2012, we came here to pray for the blessing of a child. Our prayers were answered with the birth of our daughter, Anna. She came with us to Prague for the second time to thank the child Jesus for this grace. Anna is our greatest blessing from God. William, Heidi, and Anna Kelly from USA 2019.
People were here to pray, to bow, and then to testify that they'd been healed from some incurable disease when the doctors weren't giving them much of a chance, when it looked hopeless, whatever cancer it was.
Our son Johan had a very serious accident when he was 5 years old, and it was very likely that he would die. It was baby Jesus who saved him. The Ballesteros Castillas family from Paraguay, 2019.
Bambino di Praga was to miraculously heal countless people and save the old town of Prague from the Swedish sack in 1639. But miracles are still happening today thanks to the Bambino di Praga.
Tragically, a ship carrying oil was wrecked off Genoa. There was great concern that the oil would leak and cause a big fire. In the end, the tanker sank without the oil escaping. People considered it an answered prayer to the baby Jesus. And then they put a statue from the baby Jesus on the tanker.
The statue has been copied countless times, and you can find more or less faithful copies of it in all parts of the world.
The dress is seen as an expression of respect for the statue. They started to be collected here from different donors, and that's why they started to be revered.
The infant Jesus has become an important part of the church, and today has over 250 vestments and dresses according to the liturgical feasts.
I like him best when he's not wearing a dress. At Christmas, for example, we leave him without fancy clothes.
Fulfilling the wishes of the faithful, the miracles associated with the infant Jesus were eventually noticed by Pope Benedict XVI, who personally gave him a golden crown, and the baby Jesus has his own personal prayer.
So we can look behind the altar. It's a really beautiful place. For me, it's the most beautiful place in the church. It's where we come together as a community for prayer and meditation. When I pray, I don't say anything, or I don't pray to anything. The contemplation, it is for the inner free space, and that is what I perceive as an encounter with God. Something liberating.
What's above also has a world underneath. Not everyone knows what mysterious things lie beneath the Church of Our Lady of Victory. Graves and other mummies. These are images unknown to the crowds waiting for a miracle. Prague hides so many secrets. Shumava Mountains. Let's start long ago at the remains of the walls of the so-called Giant's Castle. According to historians, it was probably built by the Celts and was the most important cult site in Bohemia. Once upon a time, a bone nearly 3 meters long was said to have been found here, glowing in the dark. Legend has it that it was not the only one, and that the locals once built a footbridge over the nearby Losenitsa stream, and even that was said to glow at night. Over time, the giant bones succumbed to the elements and disintegrated. The suggestion that they could be rare dinosaur bones doesn't hold water. But the giants gave rise to the name Giant's Castle. Were these giants actually visitors from outer space? The hill fort protected a sacred place, and archaeologists have not found any shards of vessels or production tools inside the mounds. Nothing of the sort. Nothing to suggest the castle was inhabited by humans. The castle was eventually mysteriously demolished, and judging by the state of the ruins, it was a destructive force. What force? No one ever found out. If this was a guarded place where close encounters of the third kind took place, the question arises, why here?
In the same way that our ancestors built megalithic structures on certain specific points, because that's where the, let's say, extraterrestrial energy emanated from. So maybe aliens are looking for similar places where they can gather energy, maybe to recharge their flying saucers.
Were our pagan ancestors able to tap into unknown cosmic forces? Or was it all due to the presence of gold, radon, and uranium in Shumava? Was the castle then destroyed on purpose, or did the technology hidden in the castle escape with the alien civilization? Either way, mysterious tall beings have appeared in Shumava, and we have credible evidence of this. Svatopol. The Svatobor Hill rises 845 meters above sea level, over the town of Sushitse, the gateway to Shumova.
Yeah, she's home. She had a blast. She's a little tipsy. But she had a blast. She's home now. So, home safe and sound. I'm happy to see her. Said it was a good concert. I guess Paula Abdul didn't, she flaked out or something. She didn't show up, I guess. I don't know. So, DJ Jazzy Jeff was there, and he performed before the New Kids did. So, thank you for asking that, Leslie. I don't know that he was, Leslie. I don't know that he was. He could have been. I don't know. I didn't get talked too much to her yet.
Just at that time, every year, there was a crop circle there. A pattern here on the Sushitse, on the Svatobor, exactly.
More than 20 years ago, Vladimir Onda and his girlfriend lived at the lookout tower. At that time, he worked in the nearby town of Sushitse as a professional driver.
There's a military transmitter. There's a TV transmitter in the back. There's a tower. I don't know whether this is an interesting place for them, if it's because of the transmitters. I was walking to work after 5 o'clock in the morning, out the door here. And as I approached the stairs, I had a strange feeling that something was watching me. A strange chill. I walked down to my car, and even there on those steps, I noticed something strange in that corner of the parking lot. I got to the car, and there I could see them. There were two of them standing across from me. They were awfully tall, maybe 2 meters, maybe 3 meters, kind of transparent, weird. I didn't follow them for very long, of course, and I took my feet on my shoulders and ran back and shut myself in the toilet. They had this elongated head, very much like a cone, and had weird big eyes. It was more like they had a helmet on. I don't quite know how to describe it. But the estimate is really towards 3 meters. A being without a suit. They were glowing because they stood out in the dark. That's why I noticed them. If someone was in dark clothes, you wouldn't notice them. At first, I was terribly afraid of the contact, of being picked up, of being taken somewhere. Just afraid. So I ran back to the house and watched from the little window. This is it. Of course, I locked the door, and I was pretty shaky in there. It was like they weren't standing, they were above the ground, they were completely floating. Maybe they were light beings. My friends and I were investigating. There used to be a huge clearing here, so we found prints there. Maybe it's their craft that hit the ground. Then suddenly, they disappeared. It was just like that. It's like being transported back in time. I ventured out to the car about 15 minutes, and the car, which always started 100%, wouldn't start. So I pushed it down the hill and drove down to Odolenka. That's the village under the lookout tower. I kept trying to start it, despite the gear shift, and only there did the car start. Incomprehensible. The car actually started on the first try, every time. I didn't tell my girlfriend until 5 days later. I needed to talk about it. I didn't want to bottle it up. Half the people believe you, half think you're crazy. Then the tabloid journalists came along, and I didn't do any interviews with them. I didn't want to. even when they offered money. I didn't want to be in the middle of the media like that. There's a camp just up the road from here, above Odlenka, and a lady had an experience there. She also saw some UFOs.
There is a scout camp near the tower. In July 1996, one of the leaders experienced a morning she would hardly forget. While the camp was asleep, she saw from her tent 3 extremely tall, transparent, yet clear in outline figures at the camp boundary. She did not even dare to leave the hut.
You know something I've noticed, you guys? This is interesting. In the United States, or around here, and you notice that these aliens, they resemble everything we've had descriptions of here, right? But this is the 4th time that I've heard a story from Europe or around the UK or areas like that, that they're taller there but shorter here, but they still look the same, like their shape, their eyes, all that. But the 4th story I've heard over in, like, where the hell was it, one time, Russia, that they were very tall, but they looked just like this. And we're hearing it here that they were very tall. There was some Germany, and there was one more too. Excuse me. So you got to wonder, like, it's weird because the stories are kind of the same, but different depending on where they're coming from. You know what I mean?
There's actually many different kinds of aliens.
Oh yeah, definitely. What'd you say, Mom?
That's what I was gonna say. Is like think about our different cultures. You know what I mean? People that are Oriental are generally petite, and I'm short, not to be politically not correct or whatever. But then, like over here, we're generally taller people. Like not everybody, but like I'm 6 foot tall.
Really?
Like my son, I'm 6 foot tall. My son Tater, my youngest, is almost 7 foot tall.
I'd have never guessed you were that tall. That's pretty wild.
So I actually have a book on the different species. If it's something that you'd be interested in, I can message you the title and all of that so you can.
Yeah, that's fine. I know that you absolutely. There's multiple different species of aliens that they've talked about.
There's hundreds of different, if not more. But it does seem like the most popular that people have sightings of are the Greys.
The Greys.
And even with the Greys, there's like 3 or 4 different types of Greys. There are very, very tall ones.
The Greys, the Reptilian, the I'm just trying to think of a few that I know.
Reptilians, hybrids, Nordics. There's
and the hybrid stories are actually kind of interesting that I've read. And when I'm saying hybrids, folks, I'm talking about their stories of hybrid, like meaning that they're like half
human, half alien, and breeding experiment.
Yeah, right. And they're talking about stuff that went on in like Nazi Germany. Those crazy ass scientists that they had, that Hitler had working for him, that were doing certain like experimentational stuff. Which
they also had. The Nazis also built a flying saucer.
They sure did.
That's how NASA got started. Just a little piece of history.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Kimber. Absolutely. Yeah, Whitley Strieber. Absolutely, David. I used to love Whitley Strieber. I read a lot of his stuff. Stephen King and him, Dean Koontz, favorite authors. But Whitley Strieber's stories are...
Oh, Communion.
Yeah.
That book. Yeah.
He's got other stories that he's written too, though.
I didn't know that.
Thank you, Kimber, again. But yeah, guys, it's interesting to know. And here's the thing: I'm like Paula. I want to see one so bad because I'm one of these people, like I want to believe in something, but I have to see it or touch it or I just have to experience it to believe in something like this. Okay. And I have not ever seen anything that tells me that this is real, but at the same time, as big as this universe is, and then some, we don't know. We don't know how big it is. You know what I mean? The galaxy in itself. But why would we be the only thing here that exists in life-wise ever? There's no way to believe that that's possible. So there's got to be other things out there. You know what I mean? Hell, for all we know, we could be. I'm not trying to be weird. I'm just saying we could be. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. And it makes you wonder, you know, did we originate here? Did we come from somewhere else? I mean, it depends on what your beliefs are too. I don't want to like wreck anybody's mind. I'm just saying.
Well, what's really cool is that some of the descriptions of some of the aliens are quite like the descriptions of the Nephilim.
Yep. And if you look,
so if you go into like, get into all of it, the angels, demons, ghosts, poltergeists, are they all within the same kind of like interdimensional beings?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
It's all connected.
Makes sense, folks. It makes sense.
She just studied the figures, who supposedly had no discernible destination. Were they the same creatures that visited the nearby Giant's Causeway centuries ago? However, there are many more testimonies of people living in Shumava or in Poshumavi. And there were and are more anomalous phenomena that are associated with UFOs. For example, sightings of unexplained phenomena and movement of objects in the sky, and also the formation of crop circles. One of them was discovered by a local resident.
We didn't find out until we were on our way to work. I don't think it would have been visible otherwise. From this driveway, it was beautiful. You could see that the circles had curled straws in a way that you couldn't normally do. And when we went to look even closer, it looked like something had actually landed there.
We found that they contain geometry, for example, or there's a form of astronomy, mathematics, and there's some kind of message that those who create them are trying to communicate with us. Examples of this are the circles in Chilbolton or in Crabwood, which are very specific, and they are actually encoded using binary code.
Then people became interested in it. They went there, but at first...
That's one thing I will tell you guys. Again, I don't care what anybody says to me. I don't care what you try to show me. The crop circles, those things that we just saw, there is no way in hell you're going to make me believe that a human being, especially how some of this stuff has happened, been like one night it's not there, the next morning it's there, that human beings ran out in the middle of the night and did that as perfectly geometrically made as they did. It just doesn't make any sense, guys. There's no way in hell. I mean, I'm sure anything is possible, but I won't believe that. I just won't.
Well, there have been different colleges that have studied crop circles and the phenomena to try to explain it. And they went out and were able to create perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes out in the fields. But the problem was that it took like 20 or 30 students and several hours to do it. And the reports of people, there's reports of people witnessing like orbs and lights over the fields, and then there's just suddenly a crop circle.
You're right. And they're
So,
insane.
I mean, for it to happen that quickly, and you would see the tracks of 20 or 30 people going into a field. It's going to push down the grass.
Yeah, you're not going to not see that, right?
Yeah. And then I also find it interesting that they've done studies on parts of the grass that is pushed down or on the wheat, and like parts of it are blown out, and it was almost like it had been in a microwave.
Yeah. The radiation levels and stuff.
Yeah, it's just how do you explain that? Can't really explain that.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Glitter. Right. It's unexplainable. So there's got to be an explanation, but if you can't explain it, then how does that work? You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute. And then, oh, really? Let's see what we got here. See, this is what I'm talking about. You guys send me things. If you have things, please send it to me. I want to see it. This is a ring video. Where did it go? Here we go. Let's see if this works. Okay. Agreed, David. Glitter is forever. Sent this to me. Let's see what we got here. Again, thank you, Kimber, and all of you guys that are posting these. I really appreciate this. A quarter pound of ice cream. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see what we got here. Is there audio for this too, or no? Yep, it's up. If there is, okay. Whoa. You guys see that right there? Holy shit.
Is this one of the night crawlers?
I don't know. This is off of her Ring camera.
Would she mind saying like what state she's in?
Glitter, what state is this out of? Where are you like located? You don't have to give us exacts, but
Are you like West Coast?
wow, that's wicked. It's like the gnome. She said, watch the gnome. Andy, is that your things again or no?
No.
Oh, okay. Just the noise. I was like, I didn't know. It doesn't bother me. I just didn't know if it was this or that. What the hell? It's like dancing. Wow. I've never seen anything like this. Not for this long either. Well, in the country, there's nothing around me. Look how dark it is, but
Ohio. Okay.
That's where I'm at. But another really weird thing is, isn't that field beside the house? Okay. Roughly where are you at in Ohio then, Glitter? Because that's where I'm at too. It goes all the way across the sidewalk to the side of acts like it's shoveling shit. And you can see it's authentic green camera. You can see the logo up there. Oh yeah, no, I see it's authentic. This is crazy.
Is that like a cell tower or something with the blinking light?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Or a plane even?
No, I think it's a tower because it's not moving really. It's staying in the same place. Wow, you guys, I've never seen anything go this long. I've seen like apparitions and orbs and things like that, but that is wicked. I-71, okay. Trying to see if I see anything else besides this doing anything. Thank you again, Kimber. I'm sorry. You don't see it, Molly? Right here. It's almost like it reminds me of like a jellyfish or something. You know what I mean? I know
wonder if it could just be a bug on the lens.
This is ring though. This is different. If it was a bug, we'd see it a lot more. I think we'd see more of a like a actual like a close up movement. Does that make sense? Good evening.
I'm just trying to. I like to try to, debunk and explain things before jumping
of course.
to anything. But that is bizarre.
That is beyond bizarre. Here's the thing on a ring, because you see how crystal clear this picture is. If it was a bug on the lens, it would be like right here to our faces. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's translucent. It's like clear. It's not solid at all. I gotta watch that again. I'm sorry.
Well, it also goes behind that post, doesn't it? It kind of looked like it went behind it and then came back out.
Yeah, it comes over here.
So that's not a bug then. It's on the other side of that post.
100%. Yeah, you don't see it like overlap with the post. That's the thing. This is nuts. And you can almost watch the movements like it's like it's dancing around. And the movements are too calculated for it to be a bug too. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think now we need to start looking into the lore of fairies and all that.
Oh, I've already looked into that a little bit. They don't. I just sent you another short. Okay. Keep sending them. Shit. I gotta wonder if we change the speed on this, do you think it would do anything? Thank you, Glitter. Hold on. It's I swear to you guys, it's like dancing and moving. like taking steps. That's so strange. It never crosses over that post in front though, like as if it would be.
Right, so that rules out being a bug.
Uh-huh. Wow. That is crazy for real. I want to see when it moves to this side. Right. Okay, so see how it goes behind that post and it disappears? Watch, it's going to come back out and then see, it's over here now. And now it comes back out. And we're seeing it behind the post, not in front of it. That's the difference. Right. It's like the almost like Paula says, like the shape of a person possibly, or a portion of a person. It's like digging or moving something or work.
Right. I'm watching it on my phone, so I can't really see that much. So I didn't want to say anything, but it does look humanoid.
It sure as hell has the like some characteristics of like a portion of a body or something.
It
right?
seems kind of like it morphs as it moves, though. Like sometimes, like almost like it's like a gel material. Like it's just the energy that we're seeing.
That's why I said it reminds me like of a jellyfish per se. Because look, you see these moths and things up here flying around. The solidity, of it, right? And that is got its own separate movement. Like we're walking backward, walking forward. Like it's picking up something. Oh wait, what was that?
I mean, it looks like it's moving with purpose. It doesn't look like it's something that could be blown around in the wind or something like that. It's not a bug going to the light. It's.
Did you see how it changed color when it comes over here? Watch when it gets underneath that light right here. Right here. When it comes back this way, or did I already miss it again? I backed it up as tinge, but you still there, Mom?
Yep, sending you.
What do you? What? Oh, okay. What do you think of this? Whoa! Wait, what the hell was that?
Yeah, that's like solid at that. I don't.
Right. Wait a
Hard
minute.
to see on my phone, but it looks like there's something like it turns solid at one point.
There's something else going on over here, you guys.
Well, that's what I was asking about, the flashing light, if it was a cell tower.
Well, the flashing light. No, there was like a streak of something up here. Or up here, sorry. Here in a minute. I think it looks like that could have been a bug maybe, but it's like a light streak or something. Or maybe that was just my eyes because I was staring too hard. I swear I saw something up here do a little bit of a flash or something. Not that light, but up above around here. It's definitely busy doing something. I'm curious now if I were to slow this down or speed this up, if it would change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there a way to like zoom in? Or will it just become too pixelated?
Yeah, it would. I think. Hold on a minute. Let me see something. Let me bring this down to this speed here and try this just a little bit again.
Now these cameras are motion activated.
It's a Ring camera. Is that? Yeah, the volume's turned all the way up, Glitter.
Because if it was a bug, you would have seen it come in from one of the sides. It just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah. The only sound I'm getting is that little like something vibrating.
Oh, that might be my fan.
I'll mute. I think it is. It sounds like a fan, but see, she said she sent another one too, and I want to see this other one. Hold on a minute. Let me pull this down real quick. And then we'll go back. This is interesting as hell. I've never seen anything like this ever, especially with this blue. Well, wait a minute.
Quite literally a little green man.
Hold on a minute. What is this? What's this right here? Look in the corner up here of this window. Do you see this blue light here? I know what it is. I figured it out. I'll be
reflection of a TV.
Okay, there's a light here for whatever. I don't know what the light is. Watch the moth. The moth is reflecting off of the light into the see the moth here.
Mm-hmm.
The light, it's causing a reflection, and it's causing this to it's moving in the same.
So it's like a lens flare.
There's one over here too. Now I just don't know what this light is right here though. That's the thing. I just having a glimpse and look up and see that light. Let me speed this back up now. See? If you watch the bug and you watch that, it's catching that light. Have a good night, Tomboy. What is this? Yeah, I love this. It's okay, Glitter. What is this blue light, Glitter?
That might just be the way the light is reflecting off of the window.
Okay, so then I think that this light right here, that might be okay. Also, look at the roof out here. See the roof? How it's got that little bit of a blue tinge to it? Like a
and the light's really bright, so it could be like kind of reflecting.
And it's causing whatever movement the bug or moth or whatever is making is causing this movement right here.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Tomboy. Love ya. That's pretty wild, though. Either way, that's got to be what it is. I'm going to debunk anything I can in any way, shape, or form. But I'm just saying, I've never seen anything like that. That was crazy. Let me see this other one, though, and see what this one looks like.
And don't worry about hijacking the live. This is fun.
This is actually the kind of stuff I want to cover, but I just don't get enough of it. She said try it with sound, which I'm good. Let's do it. Hold on a minute. If I can get it to give it to me. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Sound is all the way up.
It has legs.
Oh shit, look over here now.
It has little legs.
Okay, I might be wrong.
See, look, it has little legs.
It sure as hell looks like it. I think I was wrong about the bug thing. That's completely different than the last one was. It's over here now.
It's a happy little feller.
Yeah, I was wrong. This is different now. I don't think it is a moth because of the movement that it's making. It looks like
it looks similar to something that I've actually seen with my naked eye that I couldn't explain. I think it's like a type of energy manifestation.
Well, and it definitely has that energy value to it. Wow, that's crazy. That is wait a minute. Look now at the beginning how it's like spastic. Do you see it? Huh. I'm not hearing anything with the sound, but it could just be
The erratic movement kind of is like similar to a rabbit. I don't know if
no.
I mean, I don't have a Ring camera, so I don't know like how detailed they are.
Right.
When it comes to like what's in the dark and
yeah,
you know, because that's everything under the light is nice and clear, but when you're not under the light, you've got lens flares at the bottom where you've got that bright blue and that yellow.
Yep.
So I still think because there are other lens flares in other colors that it's still possible that it could be somehow the light playing with a bug.
The light's refracting something off of what, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Because there are other lens flares. And it's interesting that the other two that we see, while they do stand still, they are yellow and blue. And then the thing that we're seeing is green.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of giving that prism effect if you look at these two scenarios here. Either way, it's wild as hell. For sure.
And it's definitely one of those things that you can't prove or disprove.
Well, 100%.
Can't tell 100% that it's a bug. It's just that that's a possibility.
Absolutely.
But you can't definitively say either way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, cool, Mom. Thank you. Okay, Glitter says the yellow and blue are reflections off of a bird bath plate. That makes sense. Could that be what this is too, Glitter? And the angle of it's reflecting off of that, and maybe with this light here. Maybe, no, I don't know. Maybe. It said it had sound, yeah, but there's no sound. Or if there is, I'm not working it right or something, but it's turned all the way up, yeah. There's a tiny bit of something going on, but I don't hear it clearly. Oh, okay. Got you, Glitter. Or it says with the mic turned on. That is crazy.
It does look like it's hopping around.
It definitely does.
Doing a little happy dance.
Right? Definitely. On my phone, you can hear some scraping. Oh, wow. Okay. That's crazy.
I don't get the feeling it's anything negative, though. Like, it seems so happy.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it's got a nefarious process about it.
And if you want to get into like, you know, fairy lore, you could leave like some sugar or a saucer of cream out and see if the camera picks up anything.
Anything around. Yeah, that's true. Did you ever see that video of that guy, that old guy over, I can't remember where it's at, but he goes out in the woods and he captures on a camera from behind his shoulder this little thing he calls a pixie up on the ridge It comes out of like this hole, stands there, and it moves very fast, and it goes back into the hole. Did you ever see that video?
I think so.
And the guy that
I've
filmed
seen
it,
other ones too. There's some really cool videos. There was one on, I forget the name of the show, but it was the Osbournes, and they had a show where they like reacted to different paranormal videos. And there was one where they were in the UK, and there was a father and like two kids, and they were filming a tree, and you could see what looked, I mean, people were like, oh, it could be a mayfly. Like, no, it looked like a tiny human with wings.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the show, but it was one of the shows that the Osbournes did, because Jack got really big into the paranormal.
It didn't get anything negative.
And I remember they made a joke while they were watching it about asking if it was wearing boots.
Gotcha.
Fairies wear boots. Yeah, Black Sabbath.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Thank you, Glitter. That's very entertaining. And let me see here. The way it comes back and forth across the yard, in and out of the pole, around the furniture. Yeah, right. It's like dancing around. Like I said, that's crazy. I'll add a little bit more to the story. So that same night, my son's hamster that he had for 2 years, I did slow it down, Glitter. Let me see here. I think Mom sent me something too. 1 second. Or wait a minute, is it in here?
I sent you a couple of things. I sent you something that I took, and then I sent you some other stuff to show proof.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Hold on. All right, so
This is a team room. This is a clean room. Nobody's been in this room. Room hasn't been rented. This is a...
Okay, hold on.
This is a team room. This is a clean room. Nobody's been in this room. Room hasn't been rented. This is an 11. 1111 is our famous room for the jumper. And this is a microwave that's running. As you can see, there's no time. You can clearly hear the microwave and clearly see that this microwave is lit up. You heard it stop. And now the microwave is officially turned off. Again, Plaza Resort and Spa, Daytona Beach, Florida. Highly haunted hotel.
Dead ass. Dude, I called security up there.
I bet you did.
I called maintenance and security, and I was like, is this supposed to do this? And he was like, please tell me you're not in an 11. I said, I am in an 11. He said, get out of there.
That's awesome.
So it just turns on things when it wants to, and that's awesome. And I'm glad you recorded it. All right, let's see what this link is here.
I was not allowed to share it till I no longer work there.
All right, 1111 Angel. Debbie says could have been the answer spirit. It could have been. That's weird. That's weird. Let's see what we got here.
Historic Hotel at A1A and Seabreeze in Daytona Beach has seen a lot of comings and goings, including spring break action in the 1990s.
We know kids can act ghoulish, but it's the current gas that have...
Hey, Princess Lina.
They believe the hotel is haunted, and as West 2's Claire Metz reports, on the eve of Halloween, they invited us over to show us why. The Plaza Resort and Spa is well over a century old. Been in and around this property in one incarnation or another. Well, now some employees think that former guests have either returned or perhaps never left.
It wasn't dust. It wasn't a flashlight. There was nobody on property causing stuff to happen to mess with other employees.
Hotel security chief Chris Lenkowitz and staff were watching security monitors several weeks back when they saw something odd moving to a downstairs bar. An apparition moving about, changing sizes, and when a guard came down to check, others say the ghostly presence seemed to hide.
The guy upstairs was telling him, go behind the bar. It's behind the bar. Go behind. So he started to go behind the bar, and he said, no way. And he got out of here.
Though he couldn't see it, the guard felt something. And later on security video, the apparition almost takes on the shape of a person and runs away.
Cold spells, giggling, keys dangling. Yeah.
Staff says there have been strange sightings and sounds from all corners of the hotel. Hallways, ballrooms, even hotel rooms like 1111, where a guest fell to his death from a balcony several years back. But they say this specter proves there's a bump in the night and then some.
You know, I've had doors held, like you're pulling on a door and the door's not locked. You walk in and there's nobody in there.
Because of the recent activity in the bar, suspicious goings on in some of the hotel rooms, a paranormal investigator will be...
I'm good, Princess. Thank you for asking.
That should be a spirited adventure because she's going to stay in one of these supposedly haunted rooms. In Daytona Beach, Volusia County, Claire Matz, West 2 News.
So this was a place that you worked at?
Yes, it is.
Did you
the
have other
oldest
experiences there?
Yeah, it is the oldest building in Daytona Beach, and it has a lot of history. Originally, it was a house, like a boarding house, and there was a very wealthy family that lived there. Daytona Beach has not always been Daytona Beach. It was called Seabreeze, and that's what the main strip is now. It's called Seabreeze. They renamed it.
Yep.
And this is the original, very first domain building that was ever on the beach. And the original house that stood there burnt down. And the story goes that the little girl, that was the family's little girl, she passed away in the fire. And she never left the building. So, like, I was a manager there, and a lot of the housekeepers, we had one housekeeper that would clean on the first floor, because that's where she's known to be. And I mean, you can be in a room by yourself and hear somebody giggling or hear a little girl talking to you and turn around and there's nobody there. And I mean, we had guests that would check into 1111 and at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning would come barreling downstairs and demand to be moved. And the guy didn't fall off the balcony, by the way. That was cleaned up for the news.
My understanding is, because I know this story, is that he was pushed, not fall. That's what I heard. Yeah. I could be wrong, but
so if you go on the balcony on 1111 and look down, the air conditioner has prints still on the top of the air conditioner.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that too. David Clayton, congratulations, brother, for 9 months. That's awesome. Doesn't seem like it's been that long. Or it seems like it's been way longer than that. I mean. Again, thanks for being part of this community and this family, brother. We appreciate you so very much. All right, so this is the other version of that. Let me turn the sound back on.
Upstairs, I'd like to play. We have a older lady that sits around. Every once in a while, somebody spots her. We get a shot of her.
Now, she's not talking about people. She is talking about ghosts hanging around what some say is a real-life haunted house in Metro Detroit.
Haunted houses pop up all over the place this time of year for Halloween.
But some say the Orson Star House in Royal Oak is haunted all year round.
7 Action News reporter Simon Chowdhury went ghost hunting with a paranormal investigator.
Is there any way that you could tell us your name? Can you tell us how old you are?
And that's how one of John Tenney's investigations begin. He's a paranormal researcher seen on popular TV shows. We met with him at the Orson Star House in Royal Oak. It's been called one of the most haunted homes in our area.
When you're doing some kind of paranormal investigation, you always look for a house that has a good history, something that you can track back and find out facts and evidence about.
The house was built in 1845 by a farmer and cowbell maker, Orson Starr. Using recording devices and other technology, investigators have learned about several ghosts through EVPs, electronic voice phenomenon.
Recording now.
It is very intensely strange when you run a analog or digital recorder, and you know you're the only person speaking, and you hear a reply.
We have kids upstairs that like to play. They do not do well with men. They do better with women. We have an older lady that sits around. Every once in a while, somebody spots her. We get a shot of her. Her name is Catherine, from what we get from the EVPs. And we also have EVPs of a gentleman downstairs. He's a very angry little gentleman, from what we understand.
Candace Isaacson is on the Orson Starr Homes Historical Society. She tells us the Starr family lost 3 young children within a week in the home.
We think that that's what's haunting the upstairs. We have people that claim they're touched. We have people that claim they've been pushed down the stairs.
Candace says a visitor once kicked the ball down the stairs. The woman then immediately fell down the steps, claiming she was pushed, but no one was behind her. Could it have been one of the kids?
They're just trying to seek out some type of communication between us, and I think that we can misinterpret that as evil or bad.
We did a brief hunt using recording devices, but it seems the ghosts were pretty quiet during our visit.
I get the question all the time, what's the most haunted place that I've ever been to? The true answer to that question is, if any place is haunted, the most haunted place in the whole world is the world. They're all around us, everywhere that we go.
If you want to check out the Orson Starr House, you can. They're hosting a ghost tour on the 22nd at 8 p.m. For more information on that, just go to our website at wxyz.com. In Royal Oak, Simon Chowdhury, 7 Action News.
All right, do you believe in ghosts?
Some of the ghosts here at Broadcast House are pretty scary too.
It's been around a long time. Oh,
Awesome. Thank you, Mom.
Energy is all around us. Some things I believe that are happy in their happiest time, maybe they don't want to leave, so the residual energy stays behind.
Oh, that's how that works. Take care, David. Have a good night, sir. Appreciate you very much.
Yeah, don't they call it the stone tape theory?
Say again?
The stone tape theory, that in certain locations, they call it that because it would be like older buildings that are brick or rock or whatever, but it can really be any kind of building where there was like very, very strong emotions felt.
Oh, yeah.
Like it could be somebody, their energy could return to a place where they were extremely happy, or it could return to a place where there was a tragedy, something like that. Or rather, never leave the place where there was a tragedy.
Well, that's where residual hauntings come from sometimes too, because the residue from the situation is imprinted in there, and then it starts to replay itself. So yeah.
And that's where you also get the hauntings and like the really, I don't know if you've seen the video of all the ghosts. You can see like soldiers marching in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Through the trees and everything. Like that is a crazy video.
Gettysburg is bad with it. There's a lot. So this is part of the Plaza Resort and Spa again that Mom just sent me. Let's check this out again too. Thanks again, Mom. This is the kind of stuff I love. We could do this every Friday if I could come up with enough of it. I'm telling you right now.
I wish I had more footage of what happened there. I mean, I'm full of stories and can tell you guys things that happened, but I wish I'd got more footage.
That's just as much fun too. I love it. I love it. Let's see what we get from this.
And you got to remember, it's about 90 degrees in this bar, and the bar was shut down for over a month under construction. So I get a call to go to the business center, which is next door to this bar. The computers all went down. Started getting all weird. Everything started going down, shutting down. And I felt like I walked into, I got up to the corner here, it felt like I walked into a freezer. It was freezing cold. And whatever it was, it saw me back up into that corner there. You can see it on the video, backing up into the corner. And you can see another one that came up over the bar, and it came by my head.
Hi, I'm Kathy with American Ghost Adventures, and we just completed another one of our tours here at the Plaza Resort. Our next one will be February the 8th, and it'll be an overnight investigation, so it'll be a nice 4-hour investigation. And you can also get a room here at the hotel and spend the night as well.
So, fun fact, she never uploaded it. The video has never been uploaded of what she found there that night.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sucks. I wonder if they have anything online from that place.
There should be another video of a lady and her husband that were staying in 1111 and the drawers open. And like I've been in the room and went in there to check it, like after a housekeeper cleaned it, and the drawers would open and I would go shut them and they would open again. And then I'd turn around and I would say, stop it. Stop it. I've got 200 more rooms to check. Stop opening the damn drawers. And finally it would stay closed because I'd stand there and wait for it to open again. And then when they started remodeling it and painting the outside of it, they were not happy. They was so active. Like we took all the dishes out of the rooms whenever the big C happened because it's a resort. So you had a full service room. And we had to go through there and take all the dishes out. So you had plates and bowls and all kinds of stuff. Well, the bottom part of the hotel that guests are not allowed to go in is the oldest part of the hotel. And we were stacking dishes in a room. And in a big ballroom was what it used to be many, many years ago. And I turned around and one of the guys that was helping me, we were standing there talking and there was nobody down there but us. And I'm talking about a massive room with a big, office, like conference table.
Mm-hmm.
You hear this, like, I don't know, it was like almost like the wind. And this is in it's a 15-floor hotel, but this floor technically doesn't exist. It's under the hotel. So it's not the wind. You understand what I'm saying? There's no way the wind could get down there.
Absolutely.
Huge gust of wind and it was freezing cold. And then all of a sudden, everything that was on the table just domino effect off.
Wow. That's a lot. That's crazy. Wild.
It's a very active hotel.
I guess. This is an overnight investigation via room 1111 that I found in here. So let's see what this is real quick.
Can you make that cat ball go off on the count of 3, 2, 1? Mark, do you regret what you did here on May? He does. He regrets it.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, that's so sad.
Can you turn that off for us real quick? There it is.
You guys, we are pulling up to the Plaza Resort. Oh my goodness. You guys, I can't believe we're actually here. Wow, it's pretty in here.
New.
We're lost.
We're already lost.
What did you say, Mom?
This is recent. The hotel, they just painted it wedding white a few years ago.
Yeah, this is from August 29th to 22, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this when I lived down there. This place was like really, really pretty, folks. Awesome.
It's beautiful, but it's creepy as hell.
Well, it's old. I mean, old things are creepy, but gorgeous.
Well, plus, you just have to think about going back to energy. Just so many different people coming and going in different states of mind and different, things going on with them, making different memories. So there's so many energies that are coming and going constantly.
Right. Just being
something's bound to stick.
Yeah, right. In your opinion, is there a difference between 1111 and 3? I don't really have an answer to that.
1111 is supposed to be an angel's number, and 3 is supposed to be the witching hour.
3, well, it would be 3 a.m., I guess, because that would be mocking of the Holy Trinity. But 3 p.m. is not supposed to be. I don't know. That's just what I've heard and read.
Boo! Sorry, I had to fix my poor wife passed out on the couch. head sideways, phone in her hand. I had to go fix her. She's wore out. She worked today. Ran home from work, changed her clothes, jumped in the car, went off to the concert, came home, and she's exhausted. So, sorry, guys. Did I actually scare anybody? No. Anyway. Yeah, that's a great idea, Paula. I thought about doing that once before, but I never, like, read into it anymore. But call in Friday and do their own. Yeah, absolutely. I think we are going to do that. Excuse me. I am going to do it. 100% do it. It's already booked. All right, let's see what we got now.
Excited. We are here at the Daytona Plaza Resort and Spa in Daytona Beach, Florida, and we're investigating the haunted room 1111.
In 1895, this building, now known as the Plaza, was first opened as the Clarendon Hotel.
This place had casinos, horse carriages, and also grand porches facing the ocean. This place was popping back in its prime.
In 1909, unfortunately, the Clarendon Hotel burnt to the ground.
On January 1st, 1911, its new fireproof 7-story hotel reopened. Fast forward in 1942, this place was shut down for 2 years to be a Women's Army Corps barracks.
After those 2 years, this hotel reopened its doors as the Sheraton Plaza. Today, the hotel is now known as the Daytona Plaza Resort and Spa.
The Plaza Resort and Spa is well over a century old. Been in and around this property in one incarnation or another. Well, now some employees think that former guests have either returned or perhaps never left.
Security Chief Chris Lankowitz and staff were watching security monitors several weeks back when they saw something odd moving through a downstairs bar. An apparition moving about, changing sizes, and when a guard came down to check, others say the ghostly presence seemed to hide. Staff says there have been strange sightings and sounds from all corners of the hotel. Hallways, ballrooms.
1111.
The officer that we spoke to literally gave us access to the entire bottom floor. So we'll show you around and see if we can capture anything on the way.
Yeah, we got free roam of this entire.
If I can find it. I don't have anything to play my video on that I did, but we did a ghost hunt with the group that we have years ago. And the Conneaut Hotel in Conneaut, Ohio. Anybody that's from Ohio might recognize it. It's supposedly horribly haunted, and it's a theme park that was based off of a really pretty big old hotel like this that was built in like the 1700s. You want to talk about crazy? The floors do this, okay? When you're standing still. It is the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm gonna try to find it once we get through this. I'll show you guys real quick. Did I get any feelings? No, I don't get that. My wife got plenty though. She gets all that kind of stuff. I don't ever get that. I got like how can I explain it? I got like weirded out, I guess, like twice. I thought like something was like behind me, and I turned around and I got like spooked real quick. And then my wife is always getting weird feelings like this. Always. She doesn't like to talk about it because it's scary. Like it doesn't scare her. She just like it happens to her so often, and it has for so long that she just doesn't like to bring it up because, you know, people are like, you're crazy, you're weird, stuff like that. So she just got tired of it. But everything hey Joanne, everything she's ever talked about though that has happened to her it's been proven that there's proof that it happened to her. It's weird. 100% princess.
Hotel. That's pretty crazy.
Damn it, Mom. With you talking to you all the time now and seeing this stuff and this, you make me want to move back to Florida. It's crazy.
Also, you said that there's probably only
No, I'm coming up there. Don't come here.
Our hotel, and there's
No, both of you just need to come to Massachusetts. We got all the ghosts.
I love Massachusetts. I've always wanted to go to the New England states because of Stephen King. When I was a kid, I've always wanted to go there. I love it. Just never could get there.
We're haunted as hell here.
I just wanted to go back to Florida. I'm telling you. And then again, that's going to be different now that I'm 50 and not 14. So, you know. Well, almost 50. I'm not quite 50. is Hoya Baciu. No, she's an Aquarius. She is the water sign, Glitter.
Yeah, I feel it up here. I got a serious burst of uneasiness. 11:11, guys.
We made it.
We first need to ask permission. If Mark Irving Zimmerman is here, I'm just going to ask you permission for us to come in, please, because I've heard that you have pushed this door closed on people before. Got all of our equipment still.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, thank you for letting us in.
Ooh, has an interesting smell in here. I don't think anybody stayed here in a while. Ooh, I got immediately lightheaded in here. Mark, if you're here,
We just want to investigate, get your story out there.
we respect you and we're so sorry for your diagnosis.
The reason why we're here today is because there have been reports of a man named Mark Zimmerman who jumped off the 11th floor balcony, falling to his death.
I'm telling you, I've heard in more ways than one that he was pushed. But there was nobody that was... How can I explain it? You've heard this story, right, Mom?
Yeah, I've heard the story firsthand because, like, Chris, the guy that was the security guard, he's the head of security there.
Right.
And he was working there when it happened. So the way that the story goes is that this guy, like, completely, no mental health issues, no life problems, nothing like that, like perfectly healthy person, went in that room and he was staying in that room and supposedly he had like this unbearable feeling like something was telling him to go stand on the balcony. And when he went out on the balcony, he went over the balcony. And when he hit the air conditioner, he was gone. I mean, you're 11 floors up, and that where that AC is, it is almost to the bottom. It's not on top of the parking garage like a lot of the other rooms are because of the shape of the hotel.
Right.
So other people, guests, like I said, when I say that 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, they would come down to the guest services desk and demand to be moved. And it would be like bike week when we were slammed and we had to put people in 1111 because normally we didn't rent out that room.
Yep. I've heard this. I know the whole thing behind this. I followed it for a long time. So yeah, absolutely. Everything you're saying is 100% what I've heard.
People would stay in that room and they would come running downstairs and be like, luggage in hand, you're going to move me out of this room because I keep hearing voices and something. I want to go out on the balcony. What is up with this room?
She's not, listen, folks, she's not lying. I've got heard stories from specific people that slept in the damn lobby until they could get put in a different room because of this shit. No lie. Luggage and all. That's absolute truth. They sat in because there's furniture in the lobby and certain parts, they sat there all night waiting to get a different room. It was crazy. Hi, Kim. Welcome. Sorry if you're having a toothache. I'm sorry to hear that, dear. And yes, Glitter, Kim's beautiful. Absolutely. Look at her shirt. I swear to God, all you guys got those gray shirts, didn't you? That's the same one you have. Doodle has that same one too. Awesome, Kim. Thank you for being here with us, and I hope you feel better. It is. Tooth pain sucks. It's the worst pain. It's worse than having brain surgery. Okay? It hurt worse than that did. I'm telling you right now. Oh, I do too, Carly. I've heard multiple stories from people about this place. Like literally telling you, people came out of this room, luggage in hand, like she's talking about. And have you been in here recently in this hotel?
When I moved out of Daytona, I went over there and like checked on everybody. But like I know I talk about it on my channel. So I'm Native American and I'm Irish. But my grandmother, my great grandmother, was the chief's daughter in Mound City, Illinois. So it is something that runs really deep in my family. And working in that hotel was so heavy. Like it was one of the most heaviest things that I think I've ever done. And it made you angry. Does that make sense? Like it literally would make you angry to work there.
Energy, yes.
And I even had people tell me, you're different. You're not even your happy-go-lucky self anymore. And finally, I told my supervisor, I said, I can't do this. I can't work here anymore. Like, I've seen so much and heard so much, and it's physically affected me working here. I'll put it this way, guys. I would go out here and hike and climb mountainsides and everything. I worked in that hotel. I got real bad sick, and I went to a doctor, and I was like, man, something's wrong. And I literally I have COPD and emphysema now. I never had anything before I worked there. And now I have 70% of oxygen on a good day. And like, it's a very old building with a lot of energy in it. And any room that's an 11 is like that microwave that was an 11. You know, I mean, you guys can see that's my tattoo. I'm sure y'all see me. I talk with my hands. That's my voice.
Show your hand again so they can see it. I don't think a lot of people. I've never seen your tattoo on your hand, have I? Oh yeah, that one I have. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have. I mean, it's definitely me.
Yep.
And you know, that hotel has so much energy in it. Back whenever in the MTV days, there was a pull bar that's outside, and they no longer use the pull bar. There was a bunch of people that were partying on the roof of the pull bar, and the ceiling fell in, and a bunch of people lost their lives. A lot of people don't know the backstory to that pull bar. Al Capone actually owned a portion of that hotel, and that was where his private room was. And there was murals. Yeah, where the pull bar was, that was actually his part of the hotel that he owned. And it was, I mean, you didn't go in there unless you were invited by him.
Okay.
And those murals of Marilyn Monroe, buck-ass, painted all over the walls in there. And then I have a picture of artwork that was still in the hotel the day that we tore down that building. Because there was so much negativity. Anytime they opened that pull bar up, something bad would happen. So they stopped using it. And then eventually the new owner, I don't want to use his name publicly, but he's a young kid. He came into a bunch of money and he bought the hotel, and it became his playground. So he had us all go in there and clean it out, and he tore it down because it's never been anything but negative come out of that pull bar.
So I never heard the story about the ceiling thing collapse, and I've heard the other stories about Al Capone and all that, though. Yeah,
that was his private playground. And like when we lived there in Daytona, when I first started working at the hotel, I had free reign of the hotel. I was a manager, so I called him over there one day, and I was like, "Hey, you want to see something really cool?" Because he loves Al Capone. I mean, just both my boys do.
Me too.
And I brought him over there, and he like walked down there, and he was like, "Mom, it feels really weird in here." Like you could feel like when you walked in what was his bedroom, it just like a weight fell over you. Like you could literally feel the heaviness in that room.
Well, and see, that's what happens is negative energy. Like a positive energy will manifest itself within like weird like poltergeist type scenarios happening. They're not harmful. They don't come off as making you feel that way. But negative energy becomes like anger and angst and that heavy, dark, sick, just feelings of despair and depression and all that. That's how it manifests itself, and it attaches. And this is all from the stuff that I learned when I became a paranormal investigator. I took these stupid courses online, to be something. You get a certificate and all that. It's bullshit in my opinion, but I learned a lot over the period of time that I took it, and it teaches all these things. It's really, really interesting, and it shows you like people that have been through this, what they people consider it to be possession, when in a sense it's just like an energy unbalance, and it diverts your energy that you carry with you into different forms of it, and it'll drown you basically and make you sick and make you just dark. That's where the whole stage thing and all that. Go ahead.
Like a year after I started working there, I learned that before I would leave the property, I had this little thing that I would say, "You are not welcome to come home with me. You are not welcome to leave here with me. I will see you tomorrow. Do not come home with me."
That's fact.
Because
You have to do that.
I mean, the building
These things
that I lived in was a really old building that had been converted into apartments.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you would hear things, you would see, you know, shadow people walking through the hallways. And, you know, Tater, if he wasn't at work, I'd have him come up and tell you some of the shit that he's seen and heard. And, like, he was like, "Mom," he was like, "I think you're bringing something home from that damn hotel."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "You know what? You're probably right." So before I left at night, I would tell it, you know, "Hey, don't come home with me."
Mm-hmm. You
So
don't
one
have
night,
what you're
I
supposed
worked.
to say is, "I'm not giving you permission to come
Yeah,
home
you
with
don't
me."
have
Is that
permission.
right?
I mean, I won't go through the whole spiel. You don't have permission to come home with me. You are not welcome. You are to stay here. You do not follow me home. Like, and like it's very, very heavy when you go in there, and that it's a very old hotel, like a very old hotel. And people have done spirit boxes and, you know, investigations, and, you know, just it was crazy. Like one night we had a big group of paranormal people come in, and they were like, you know, "We need somebody to tour us." Well, none of the other supervisors will go into 1111.
Mm-hmm.
So of course I got volunteered. I had to go up there and tell them the story, and, you know, and they were like just awed and amazed. And while I was standing in there with these 6 ladies, the drawers started opening, and they'd had a fit about it. And I was like, "Well, I mean, you know, he's not scared to let you know he's in this room. Like, he's not scared to let you know he never left this hotel."
And because of the way it happened, that's why the story comes off the way it does. Is it's told in one way that he took his own life, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. The other story is that somebody pushed him, and there was never any proof of who it was or how, or it was not seen, or blah blah blah, or something like that. But it's really, the story's creepy. It really is. And that's why he supposedly haunts this room with the negativity that there is. It's because of the anger from what happened. And there was supposedly, before he went off of the balcony, there's like 5 different stories I've heard. There was something to do with, which is where the negative energy partially comes from, is there was a big whole thing that went down and blah blah blah. I don't know that part completely, and I don't know how true that one is, but I have heard that he was pushed multiple times. And they're like, you know, the thing is how does anybody know he was pushed? Because he is the only one that knows. But it's based on the way he landed, how far out he went, and there's a whole thing to it. So
yeah, it's not directly, like, the AC is not directly below that balcony. I mean, you literally have to jump off. Hence the microwave video. The hotel's famous for the jumper. You literally have to aim outward to hit that AC. And I always thought that, you know, they've made millions of dollars in that hotel or resort or whatever the hell you want to call it. Never have changed to this day. That AC is still there. And like when you're, you know, quality control or management, when you're checking rooms after they're cleaned, you have to go out on the balcony because it's Daytona. If you don't, there's beer cans and shrimp, and you know what I mean? I don't even want to talk about some of the things I've found on balconies before. It's not family friendly for even you two.
I'm sure.
But, you know, you just being out there, you have a really, really heavy feeling. And he's not the only person that I mean, I can't count the times we had to call Daytona PD to come out there and talk somebody off of it.
100%. That's like I said. When you were there, was there still furniture in the lobby areas, where like around those pillars and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Was there still? Okay.
Yeah, you talking about like the old piano and stuff? Like in the grand hallway? Yeah, I've got pictures of it too.
Yeah, I got stories from people talking about this when I used to belong to the other groups that I did the paranormal thing. Literally, like what you were saying, people coming downstairs with their luggage saying, "I'm not going back up there. You're going to put me in another room where I'm sleeping right here on this couch thing," or whatever the hell it was. And people would sit there all night sleeping with their shit between their legs, waiting to get another room, and sometimes had to leave the hotel because there was no more rooms. So, you know, it's no lie. Crazy stuff.
I mean, we would literally have people that would they would refuse to go back upstairs. Like, either you're going to give me my money or you're going to put me in another room. And when it's bike week, there is no other room to put you in. Like, we're literally standing outside your door waiting to clean it as you walk out because there's another group of people that are coming in, you know, and it's got over 400 rooms in it. So, you know, this is a huge hotel, and that's just the part of the hotel that's open to the public. There's a whole different side of that hotel that the public doesn't get to see.
What is it? Now, what do they do with that now? That part that's closed off to the public?
There is one half that's completely closed off, and it's down towards, like, if you're going towards Flagler Beach, there's a whole set of ballrooms and conference rooms and stuff that they don't use. Like, they absolutely do not use them. And then the whole underneath, if they actually go under the hotel, I'll tell you whether or not they're full of it, because I know what the underneath of that hotel looks like. The whole underneath of it is not used. Like, it is, you go down there and there's massive, huge rooms with these just beautiful chandeliers that are empty. They sit empty because if you put anything down there, it's liable to get moved or come up just gone. You go back down there in a couple of weeks and you can't find a giant carpet shampooer, or, you know, it's like, you know that you put it in ballroom number A3 and it's not there. And you're like, calling on your radio, hey, did you come down here and get this? You know, and then you find it 4 or 5 ballrooms down that you know you have never been in. And like Chris was saying, you'd be in rooms and the door wouldn't open. And I'm not talking about from swelling, because it is by the beach. I'm not talking about from swelling. I'm talking about like the freaking door will not open.
Wow. Oh, I do. Arabian, or just being Arabian, or Raven, yes. Oh, I definitely do. Sorry, Mom. Yeah, that's crazy. Very crazy, actually. Interesting, though. Very interesting. I love that kind of stuff and this kind of stuff a lot. Okay, let me see here. Okay.
He supposedly wrote a note saying that he was diagnosed with a terminal illness.
It's believed to be cancer, but that was never confirmed.
It only took him 15 minutes after checking in to write that note and then jumping off.
I can't imagine just going to the edge of that balcony, getting onto that railing, and leaping off. There's a very strong heaviness in this room.
It's very strong. You know, it's hard to explain. It's like the energy that's around you almost feels heavy.
Yeah, it's a very heavy feeling in this room.
With somebody that's empathic, you can almost feel like the sadness. You can feel the emotion almost in this room.
Like, he walked in these exact doors, guys, and then made the decision to end his life literally right out those doors. The sadness of this room and just being in the spot that he decided to unalive himself is just unreal. It's a weird feeling staying in a hotel room and knowing the history about what happened in this room. I feel like we're going to have a very interesting night. Do you think?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
What, you realize we're doing exactly what he did when he checked in? 15 minutes after he checked in, he went right to that balcony.
Could you imagine?
Wrote a note, which I'm sure was probably left right on this table.
I couldn't imagine what was going through his head at that time. I mean, that is high. If this is what you wanted, Mark, we're here for it. And once we set up our investigation, we set up our equipment, we ask that you interact with us and give us as much information that you can. That way we can share it to the world, and that way we can get your message out there.
Unfortunately, Mark was not the only person to fall off of a balcony here at this hotel. There was a boy named Michael Merkling back in the 90s. He was 25 years old. It's said that he accidentally slipped off of the balcony by jumping from one to the other.
Supposedly, he was stuck out there for hours. He had no way of getting in contact with anybody. So he tried to jump over to the other balcony and
miscalculated and fell to his death.
And literally fell to his death on accident. I see what they're saying. There's literally balconies right next to each other. So what I'm thinking is he probably tried to jump to the next one on the rail, jumped over calculated the jump, and fell to his death.
Oh, wow.
Because look at this. If you look over here, show them on the camera. Look how
Oh
close that
shit!
is.
Yeah, you can see that the
It's
balcony.
literally like 3 feet away.
They're like diagonal. I am so scared to step out here, but I really think we should go out on this balcony. What do you think?
I think we should.
I think we kind of have to go outside,
We have to
don't
go.
we?
Just no.
I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm dozing off.
Okay. Thank you for being
Good
a.
night.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
thanks for having me up. Good night.
We'll talk to you soon, hon. Good night.
Is
On the
what-
same side of
on
this
the
hotel.
same side as the hotel is what really creeps you out. I mean, that's what really gets you. That's why you almost don't even want to walk out there. I'm a little hesitant right now to walk out here because this is the exact spot where the man jumped off this ledge. And
What was that?
what the was that? So could you imagine Mark Zimmerman coming out here, standing right here, goes to the ledge, looks down, jumps.
This is what we saw.
That's the top of the parking garage that you're seeing.
Somebody's. What is that? What is that?
That's you again. What is that?
I don't know. I have not heard that sound until we opened these doors.
Guys, it literally like sounds like someone is just banging on the railing.
I don't know. That's crazy. Like, honestly, that is so weird because once we opened this door, we haven't heard that before.
It did it again. I almost feel like it was like this is where I was. This is where I jumped off of. Like it's tapping it.
Or is it the spirit of
Or is it this? You think? But he's on the floor.
a 5-year-old who tried to jump from one to the other? Because if he was jumping from one balcony to the other, it would sound like somebody jumping over and trying to grab on. That's what it
Right.
sounded like. Could just be a coincidence, but
It could be.
we haven't heard that until we opened this balcony up.
Guys, that's the first sign of tonight. I mean, I can't explain that. We'll have to keep checking that tonight and see if we get any more
I don't
evidence.
hear it anymore.
I don't hear it anymore either.
I haven't heard it again.
That's so weird. On to the next.
Wait a second. There's a random piece of popcorn just chilling. It's like eerie, like nobody's here.
I don't think anyone's up here with us.
I don't know if anybody is staying on the same floor cage. What is that? Spirits, I'm so sorry for him. I can't. This is what I have to stay here with. I have to stay here with this fool. Okay, so we are back at the room.
This detects any motion. This is a cat ball. It senses movement, stepping, and it'll go off. I'm gonna set it down. All right, I'm gonna set it down and see what happens.
Let's put this off.
Mark, if you're here, can you make that cat ball go off? So far, it's just been quiet.
Except for the railings.
The only thing we got was the railings. Think you stuck out there?
Maybe.
Do you want to do an EVP session?
Okay.
It's going off. Are you seeing that right now? Thank you. Was that Mark? I hear something now.
I do too.
Mark, if that was you, can you make that light bulb, that cat ball, go off on the count of 3, 2, 1?
Oh my gosh, he's here.
Who's with us?
You sure that you didn't do that with your foot? or
I did
anything?
not do that.
Stop your foot just so we can see. Okay. Yeah, how was it?
I'm
here?
not doing that. It went off. All right, guys. So to debunk that cat ball going off, you literally have to touch it, move it, bang as hard as you can to get that thing to go off. And that went off on cue. So just to show you what I'm talking about, check this out. Look at that. I'm banging, but watch when I touch it.
It goes off. Peep the fit change. We got the embroidered KJX Aerial logo on the front. And babe, show them the back.
Boom.
Club 111. You guys subscribe and make sure you join us at Club 111. We are in full-blown ghost investigation mode. Also, we just noticed that there is a handprint very high up. I'm standing back here. I'm going to zoom in. There is a handprint almost at the top of the door. Like, there's the door handle, and there's the handprint. Now, I don't know.
That's
That
going
just
off.
started going off by itself.
I didn't even. Hold on. I didn't do that.
That's so crazy. The cat ball literally just went off on the bed by itself. We just heard knocking and a man go down the hallway. That was weird, though.
It was weird.
It's lighting up again.
I think it's like a reset. Now that I think about it.
Do you think it's a reset?
Yeah, because I just touched it. Watch. Did I touch this one?
All right, let's debunk this. Let's see if that's what it
And I
is.
guarantee that's gonna go off in like.
What's
That keeps going off, babe.
What's going off by itself?
That keeps going off.
Why are they checking up and down this hallway? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? You want to go outside and make sure everything's good? Babe, it's lighting up. It's lighting up.
It keeps lighting up.
It keeps lighting up.
We're not doing that, guys.
We're not doing anything. You're nowhere near it this time. What the fuck is happening? Why would they be knocking on the doors in the hallway? Oh my god, the other one just went off. Look, that's not even the same
What's
one.
going on?
Something is right here. What is causing this to light up?
I don't know. It's not moving. We're not touching it.
It's because I'm talking about.
It's
going off
going
again.
off again. I'm not doing anything, guys.
Who's doing this? Somebody's here with us.
I think so.
Wait, step. When you step, it's not going off when you step.
No.
Oh my god.
It's every single time I walk away.
That's when you leave. It's scared of you. What is that? What the fuck is going on out there? Something is going on in our hallway. It's really weird. It's scarier than our investigation, you guys. Oh, maybe it was room service.
It's going off.
The cat balls. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this on. Let's see if we can do a quick spirit session. It's
Something
still
has
lighting
to
up.
touch. It is still lighting up.
All right, I'm turning on the spirit box. Did you just hear something? What did you just hear? Is there somebody in the room by the hallway? Yes.
There's no reason for that to be going on.
There's no reason. And we've been walking. Did you hear a whistle?
I heard a whistle. On the count of 3, 2, 1.
All right, I'm going to do a quick spirit box session for real this time and see what we can get, okay? Mark, have you been the one lighting up the cat balls? I don't know. Can you tell me what your name is? What happened in this room? What was found in this room? A note from what?
Mark, can you tell us what you were diagnosed with? Did you write a note in this hotel room? Is Mark still with us? Can you give us any sign that you're here with us? How old are you? Walking?
Is there someone walking towards us?
How old are you?
What happened in this room? Can I ask one more time?
I don't know.
Who is speaking to us? David?
David.
David, were you a spirit here?
No.
No.
Something about hotel. Hi.
Hi. Are you here at the hotel with us? You can use this device to manipulate the sound bank of the radio waves to speak directly to us.
Are you able to... What's that? You're stuck.
Are you still around this hotel? Why did you choose this hotel to do what you did?
But we want to help get your story out there. Did you have a purpose of doing so? All right, we're going to end this session. We'll see you later, okay?
No, it did
God,
not.
you scared
It lit up.
me.
It lit up. It lit up. I don't think that was you.
That wasn't me.
Who just did that? Oh my God, it's lighting up again. Who's lighting up the cat ball right now?
When I said...
It's continuously lighting
When
up.
I said we're going to go and say bye, it's saying, no, don't go. I feel like that's what it's saying.
Do you want us to leave or do you not?
Do you not want us to leave? Why did this go off 3 times?
3 times?
3 times.
Who just made the cat balls go off? It's Mark.
It's Mark? Do you need me to scoot over so you can sit? Let me scoot over.
That was crazy. And you see, you moved, and those are not going off. That's how we know there's something here.
At any point, you scared.
Yeah. Yes, you're saying yes. Who's here?
Do you like
touch the REM? Oh,
What
when I
point?
said touched, it touched the ball.
Okay,
Thank you.
so it's communicating with us by touching the ball.
Is that easier than the voice box? Yes.
I think so, yeah. Mark, do you regret what you did here on May? He does. He regrets it.
Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry. Oh, that makes me so sad. Look. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, it's going off. I'm like tearing up.
Mark, we're so sorry.
It's going off.
It hasn't
he's sad.
stopped.
It's just continuously going, guys.
Mark, thank you so much for being here.
He regrets it. He really does regret it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wow.
It's not going
It
off.
goes off by itself and it's not stopped.
I'm so sorry, Mark. Is there any way we can help you? Can you turn that off for us real quick? It on cue, guys. Mark, are you able to see your family and friends still?
That took a lot. Yes.
He's still able to see his friends and family. That's good.
Do you have a message for them?
It's going off repeatedly. See, this is how it's nonstop going off. He's
Wow.
agreeing with
Mark, thank you.
Mark, are you strong enough to be able to make those flashlights go off?
I just heard no.
You're not strong enough? Wow, he was just nonstop answering us, guys.
I have had full body chills and I got so emotional because that is so incredibly sad.
Or
Mark, is there anything that we can do to help you?
yes, it just went off.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Mark.
Okay, Mark, thank
Are you
you.
recording?
Mark, were you drinking at the time that you decided to do what you did?
Yes. Look.
So
that was a yes.
That's makes sense. So you were sad,
He was sad. He was drinking
depressed, and drinking.
in a bad place, and then he made that decision.
Off of
Off of-
intoxication as well.
Right. I just want to see if I can feel like a cold breeze anywhere. Give me a high five, pound. He said, "Give me a high five."
Oh.
He said, "Give me a high five." He lit it up. All right, that's cool.
I feel like, Mark, you were a good soul.
I'm sure he was. Okay, maybe we should wrap it up.
Go get some food or
Get some
something,
food.
and then we'll be back.
All right, Mark, we'll see you later, okay? I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Thank you so much for communicating with us. If this was Mark, and I do believe this was Mark, we really, really appreciate you coming through. We really appreciate you talking to us. 11:11, guys.
We made it.
What was that?
What the was that? 3, 2, 1.
What the fuck is happening?
Can you turn that off for us real quick?
When I said touched, it touched the ball. It's about to storm too.
Yeah, it's like, looks like it's gonna deluge.
Definitely over there by the beach. Look at it right over the water. So this is directly behind the hotel. I know it's kind of hard to see because it is late, but we are staying right on the beach. And there it is. There is the hotel. Let's get some food.
All right, guys, so we came back to the hotel room and we noticed something very interesting. So we left 2 flashlights here, but I distinctly remember putting them at least 3 inches apart.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back on footage and
We're gonna
check.
have to go back in footage, but check this out.
They're together.
As
Let me
soon as
zoom
we
in.
walked into the room,
They are now together, which they weren't. I know they weren't because I remember looking at them.
we literally did not touch them.
No.
The entire time. I left them the way they were, and that's how they came. And that's how we came back with them together.
That's crazy because before we left, we put everything back just neatly so that it wasn't just like laying all over the
I mean,
hotel room.
it could have been Mark just practicing using the flashlight.
Maybe.
Maybe he was trying to mess with it. Maybe he's like, okay, let me see if I can.
Or one of the spirits here. Maybe
Or one of the
even
spirits.
Michael or one of the other spirits here might have been touching them.
Right.
That was a pretty heavy evidence. So thank you.
All right, guys, now we are going to be doing the Estes method. With this method, this essentially allows you to connect to the spirit box and use the human body as its own spirit tool. So every time she hears a word that goes off of the spirit box with her headphones, she says it immediately. I'm going to be asking a series of questions to see if we can get any logical answers and explanations of what actually happened here. So without further ado, let's go. Anything, right?
It's so muffled.
Can you hear me?
Barely. That's really freaking loud.
That's really freaking loud.
You can't hear anything.
It's literally, you literally cannot hear anything. I will
Like,
be
look.
asking. Yeah. I know. Guys, if you want to know what kind of stuff that we bought, go and check out our affiliate link. You can get it.
I'm gonna link it below in the comments. All right, lights out for me. Ready?
Yep. I'm ready. Okay. Mark, we are coming forth today and we want to ask you, and this is just another form of a way to.
They're here.
They're here.
We're here.
Oh, they're here. Okay.
Woo.
Thank you. Woo! All right, so it's like a party in here, I guess. So, Mark, what happened here today? Or not
Spirit, cruel.
Spirit cruel.
Imagine
Imagine.
the light.
Mark, are you wanting to go towards the light? Do you need help? Mark,
Monday.
Monday. That's when Mark Zimmerman jumped off the balcony, was on a Monday. Mark, we know that you jumped and unalived yourself. Can you show the world that you're here today? Can you please make one of those cat balls go off?
Bible.
Bible. Do you want us to read a passage from the Bible? Will that help you? Mark, if you can hear us.
Jesus.
Yes, Jesus. You want to hear Jesus? You want to hear Jesus' word. Would that help you? Would that help you
No.
go on? You don't. I know we asked earlier, we didn't really get a clear answer of what you were diagnosed with.
Ooh. Up.
You want it up.
Jump.
Jump. Jump. That's what happened. He jumped off the balcony. He jumped off the balcony on a Monday. This is making so much sense, guys. Mark, do you need our help? Turn on those lights if you need our help, Mark.
I don't feel good, babe. Babe. I don't feel good. I got really fucking hot.
Did you?
Yeah, whoa.
So
oh my God.
maybe it was like an overcharged battery where, I had you going for
I
about
felt
10
burning
minutes.
on like my back,
Yeah,
and then my chest just started to get really like heavy.
yeah.
It's like I almost couldn't breathe just now.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and just sit here, relax. Maybe like this video if you made it to this point, and give us a subscribe and hit the notification bell, because we're going to be constantly posting content of our locations that we do investigations at, and it's going to be awesome. So
Absolutely.
you definitely don't want to miss out. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
All right, Cage is going to do the Estes method one more time since the recording got stopped. So we are rolling. Are you guys stuck here?
Death,
You guys died here.
detail, killed.
No one really knows what happened to you specifically, Michael. If you're here, Michael Merkling. Was it an accident?
All of a sudden,
It was sudden.
well,
We mean you no
jump
harm.
off
Oh. Is this Mark?
by choice,
Mark, this is you I'm speaking to.
slipped.
Mark, you jumped off by choice, and I'm getting that Michael slipped. Am I correct? I feel someone touching me in the arm. Are you touching my arm?
Friends,
No, you can't stay with me. But I am here to help.
daywalker.
Mark, are you here with us still? You were making the lights go off earlier. Can you do that again?
Tested.
You were testing them? Did you move the flashlights on the bed when we left? Who did that? Do you know?
Oh, yes.
Okay, is that you remembering you did that?
Pray.
Do you want me to pray for you? Okay, I'm going to say a quick prayer while Cage is doing the Estes method. Dear Heavenly Father, I pray that you allow these spirits to see the light.
Into the good news.
I pray that you allow them to move on, to be released from reliving what they had to go through. Either by choice, by accident, please allow these spirits to have peace. Dear Lord, I pray for these souls that are left here, to allow them to be at peace.
want trying.
Are you trying to go to the light? I'm praying for you to go to the light.
Jump.
I'm so sorry. Can you go to the light? Do you see the light?
Faceplant.
Before we finish this session, can you just know that I pray for you to go to the light and to be released of this hell that you're living currently. I pray that this helps you, and I pray that this helps you move on. I know you're dealing with having to go through this, but
Shadow.
Are you the shadow that walks through the halls here? I'm so sorry, Mark. I'm so sorry, Michael, and all the spirits that are here. But in the name of the Lord,
Forgiven.
please, are you forgiven? In the name of the Lord, please, I pray in Jesus Christ, you go to the light. In Jesus Christ, amen. Did you go to the light?
Found a way.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Evil.
No, we don't welcome that here. Any evil, you're not welcome here. You must leave at this time. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Over. Slip.
You keep repeating over and over your fall.
Trust people.
You trusted your friends? Goodbye. So I said a prayer. I was praying actually because I kept hearing this, like, they kept saying the same things over and over again. It was like they are reliving what they were going through.
Oh.
They're stuck.
Yeah.
They're really stuck.
Yeah, I remember distinctly hearing like jump, I think 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I heard it a few times, and then you said it originally, and then I know I said it when I was doing it. And it was definitely a very clear, they're reliving what they went through in life. I felt pressure on the side of my arm. It felt like somebody was going like this.
I felt that too, like on my shoulder.
Like someone was touching my arm. All right, well, that's a wrap on the Estes method.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for communicating, guys. Okay, so Cage is doing the Estes method now, and I'm going to be asking a few questions. We
Please.
switched places. Oh, you want to talk to me? Is this Mark or Michael?
Hour.
Both? Do you want me
Okay.
to leave? Can you hear me?
You and I.
Yes, we're talking. Do you like us being here?
Get out.
Okay.
Like static.
What happened to you here? What happened in this room?
I want to say something.
Okay, what do you need to say?
Too late.
Is it too late to say something? What's too late? You can say whatever you need to say. Can you make one of the spirit balls go off? Or one of the flashlights? We noticed when we came back, the flashlights were off. You can't? Does it take too much energy?
Look.
You want me to look? Look where? I'm watching.
Bedroom.
We are in the bedroom. Are you here with us?
Here.
Okay, thank you for answering. Can you make one of those lights go off or the REM pod? Thank
Michael.
you. Michael, were you hyped up to do something?
Shadow.
Are you in the shadows now? Are you in the shadows now? Were your friends involved, Michael?
I am.
You were. Okay, so it was your fault? Was it a mistake, Michael? Do you still... Who is me? Oh, no.
Ground.
Cage. Babe. I wasn't recording. Something turned off my recording.
No.
It's not letting me record.
You weren't recording the entire time?
I don't think so. It's not letting me. I pressed record. It stopped recording. Whoa. Access, guys.
This is supposed to be
wow.
Oh, no kidding.
Work in progress.
Whoa, this is nuts. Oh, look at that light. Yeah, you know, fluorescents do that, but maybe it's a little spooky. Who knows? Look at this.
We've done one so far as an experiment.
Yeah.
Then this is supposed to be a tiki bar, and then out here on the red bricks is how the doors.
It's definitely bringing the creep factor now. Now we're going somewhere. That's for sure. Oh, no trip. They say you tripped her, so careful. I am. And here's the little girl. Be careful of this one. Oh, fuck, it's pitch black. You want to go in there? That's a hard pass. This is where it gets creepy, guys. We have free range. We're allowed to be in here. Security gave us permission.
This place is so massive. Good God.
So this is one bottom floor. So if they had gotten in the old brass elevator and went down, there's a whole nother floor under where they're walking now.
Wow. This place is huge. Literally huge. Wow.
It's massive. I've been in every single corridor of that hotel.
Massive. Big.
And it's
Very
not normal to be touched by stuff or to hear Penelope, which is the little girl. It's not, it's not uncommon to have like the back of your shirt lifted up.
Nice.
Yeah, freak you right the hell out real quick.
100%.
And then you remember where you're at.
Right. I can't get over like how big the corridors are and how like massively that, the ceilings and stuff like that. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the bottom floor, but that's not the ground floor. There's a floor under this floor that they're on now, where they went down the big grand stairwell, and then you turn, and right there where she went down the second set of stairs, if you look to the right, there's an elevator right there. It's an old brass elevator.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I've been in the service elevators before, and I have a fear of very few things. One of them is elevators. And I got trapped in there.
Oh,
I was having a meltdown, dude. Anything I had in my hand at pockets, I was trying to pry that damn door open because I was stuck in between the floors, screaming at the top of my lungs to come get me out.
No way.
I was freaking out. I was stuck between 14 and 12.
Nice. So 13?
The hotel doesn't have a 13th floor, and there's no rooms in the entire hotel that are 13.
Huh. But you were stuck between 14 and 12.
Yes, because technically the 13th floor doesn't exist in that hotel.
Right. Well, you found it.
Yeah, I was stuck in it. Right in between it, freaking out. I mean, no cell phone signal. Like, the only time my phone never worked there. It always worked. And then you got to think, this is an old ass hotel in the service elevator. There was no little button that you could hit to call for emergency. I was literally screaming.
How'd you get it out? Get out of there?
They called the elevator guy and had him come out there and manually get it to come back up far enough to pull me out of it.
Wow.
I was freaking out. It was down for days. And they said, oh, it's because it's been raining. And, I don't give a shit if it was raining or not. I never got back in that thing. I'd take the stairwell.
Nope. Right. Same thing. That's crazy.
Do basically whatever we want, so. What? Why'd you stop like that?
It is like dead quiet.
Dead quiet. All right, let's film, shall we? Is it recording? What? Is it going off by itself? Yeah. Please tell me it's not.
It's going off by itself.
We haven't even been down here for 1 minute.
I haven't been down. Oh,
And
it
this
just
couple
turned off.
It's going off by itself.
Or maybe it was just calibrating. Maybe it was just calibrating.
Could have been. Go walk near it and see if you can debunk it. Because you got some heavy ass boots on. They're thick. No. Shut up. This place is crazy. A picture. Oh, what? Okay, the cat ball is going off by itself.
Sure.
It's going off by itself.
It just went off by itself.
Who just did that?
Are you here to listen about the stories of what happened here?
Make that cat ball go off again if you are here.
Oh,
Okay.
someone's here with us.
Thank you so much for answering.
Oh,
Wow.
it did. Can you make that turn on the count of 3? 3, 2, 1.
It's almost like it doesn't want to.
It doesn't want to be seen. Do you not want to be seen? It's probably just someone passing by. I mean, you don't
They're
know.
probably just walking the halls.
Yeah. They're probably just like, what are these people doing here?
Yeah.
You ready?
No.
Okay.
It's like a boiler room. It's like always the room that is in horror movies. You guys can see like this obviously hasn't been touched in a very long time.
Yeah.
But this is where the employees say that they feel really creeped out. And I can definitely relate to why they would feel sketchy because this is creepy.
So where they are now, that's a service area. There's huge freezers back there, and that's what they use for the restaurant because it's a full service resort. So like when hurricanes hit, you don't have to leave the hotel. They have a restaurant, a bar, and all that stuff in there. Penelope likes to play down here. Technically, they're on the first floor.
Not the ground level, first floor. Okay.
Because like I said, you have to keep in mind how the hotel is built.
Right.
It is the strangest layout I've ever seen of a building.
I
You have a
told you.
question?
Look.
Molly has a question. What is your question, ma'am?
What is your question, Molly? Molly. What the hell, Molly? Molly. What is it, dear? An odd question? Okay. Respect the experience. If you experienced, you would know, right? What is your question, Miss Molly?
Was there any kind of settlement with this place? There was originally it was a home of a family. It was originally called, I think it was called the Carlton or the Carls. It's Carlton or something. And it was the very first home in Daytona Beach. And they had horse stalls out there because originally they raced horses down the beach. And then it went to the NASCAR. This is where NASCAR was born, was on Daytona Beach. But way back in the day, there was a house that stood there, and the bottom half of the hotel, part of the hotel is part of the old house that didn't burn. But Penelope was the little girl that supposedly lost her life in the fire. And this hotel was burnt twice in history.
Wow. Twice? Okay.
Yeah. The original house burnt, and then when they first started turning it into a boarding home, was when it burnt the second time.
And wow, okay.
Yes, there's been a lot of children. A lot of children. Like you have, even to date, you have cheerleading and soccer teams and that travel from all over the United States to come to conferences and stuff down here.
Competitions and stuff, yeah.
And they stay in the hotel. And there was there's old pictures. I'm going to have to dig out a phone. I've got pictures. I mean, you can Google them and look at them of how it was originally, how it looked way back in the day. I mean, horse and buggies and ladies in their hats and the pretty dresses. And, it's a beautiful, and like the land itself is beautiful right there. I mean, not even the beach, just the area alone.
Right.
No, you're good. Any questions you've got, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Because like I said, I worked here for many, many years. And finally, I just couldn't take, after I got sick, I couldn't take it anymore. It was a very heavy place to work.
Right. Paula asked, do you know if anybody passed away in the fires?
A little girl named Penelope.
There you go.
She was the original owner's daughter. I think she was 5, if my memory serves me correctly. She was really little, but you can hear her giggling and laughing, and I mean, she's definitely still there. I mean, they think that like if if you were to call Chris right now and ask him which is the head of security, he would tell you that they believe that it was Penelope that was playing in the Granada bar that night.
Okay. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's just two of us.
We don't have a team, guys. We don't have camera
Does anyone
people.
want to go ghost hunting with us?
Anyone want to join our team in Florida? Because
Apparently we're chicken shit.
Let's leave him out of this door right here.
Yeah, don't say that. What the hell?
This is
You trying to freak me out over here? What are you doing?
Maybe.
Did I feel any lost souls there? You can feel lots of energy. And it's a very heavy feeling when you're in there, especially overnight. Like when you're there by yourself. And I've been in that hotel overnight many a times. Because, you know, I don't know. If you know anything about hospitality, it's hard to keep help. And when you're a manager, you get, and especially when you live across the street, you get called a lot to come over and do night patrol in the hotel, where you just literally walk around with a walkie-talkie on your hip. And if somebody needs towels or something, you take it up to their room. So
that sucks.
Yeah. I would call Minnie and make him come over there and hang out with me. Like literally find a reason to go outside and smoke just so I didn't have to be inside.
Mm-hmm. Right. I got you.
And I don't scare E.T.
This place has a presence. Like, it reminds me a lot of the Hotel Conneaut that I did. I'm telling you, a whole lot. So, and I'll show you guys why.
And something they brought up a while ago, the Devil's Tree, that's in Port St. Lucie. Have you ever looked into that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's
I've
a
heard
good
the
story to dive into one night. We were going to go down there and get footage of it before he had his wreck. We never have done it, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I've heard of it, but I like in conversation, but I've never like looked into it. But I will do that for sure. Molly said, "Do you know if that little girl had blue eyes?"
I don't remember. And any pictures that I've ever seen were black and white, so I wouldn't want to give you the wrong information.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not being caboose. I'm always in the fucking back. Caboose make me walk in the back. And then I'm creeped out because I gotta be the one that gets tapped or some shit. I mean, it's okay. That's why we're doing this shit for, so I guess I shouldn't be complaining. Hey, so let's go back out here because this is where we actually had the cat balls go off. I just smelled a strong whiff of coffee. There's nobody here. No humans that are in this life.
We're the only two humans that's down in this basement right now.
Getting a fucking workout, that's for sure. I probably did like 30,000 steps at least today. Fitness, yeah. It's not only a ghost hunting channel, it's how much weight can we lose at the same time. This is the infamous bar right here behind us.
Where they saw the apparition on.
Is this what you were talking about, Mom?
Yeah, this is called the Granada Bar.
Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. All right. Here we go.
The news. This very spot of white mist floating around and then hiding.
It walked around this way, came back around through the lobby, and vanished. I'm going to check out the 1888 restaurant real quick. And there is a really nice restaurant. Maybe this was the bar? I don't know. You guys tell me what you guys think in the comments below. Was this the bar that you think you guys tried to do?
Try one more time in here.
No, that's the restaurant.
Two separate things.
Yeah, this is the 1888, which is after the 1888 restaurant is named after the year that the original house was built on the property.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Just to see if any touches come in here. So if there are any spirits here from 1888, we'd love to communicate with you. How awesome is it to be in a hotel at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning at witching hour?
It's crazy.
In the dark. It's insane.
Oh,
Okay.
my God. We're actually getting something.
And my phone is about to die, but a cat ball is going off all by itself. So is that confirming that this is in fact the bar?
This is the bar that was on the news.
Ooh, and I just felt very warm.
Like warm energy, like
Right here.
That's not the Granada, I promise.
This is where you guys party. Can you please make that cat ball go off one more time? Do you mind us being here? Do you not want us to be in here? Is this your time? Are we bothering you?
Do you think it's cool that we're in here right now trying to record this evidence?
That was so crazy. Like I said, I feel like the spirits here are just roaming about, doing their very own thing.
They're just going about their day and just having a drink. It's like they come by, maybe they just put down the drink, literally got up and walked out, and that was it. Maybe them putting down the drink was them putting that residual energy and made that ball go off. Because that's where you would put your drink down.
Last right up, so it's like 3:30 in the morning.
1:11 backwards. Check this out.
And it's literally our fucking club name.
We're gonna have that merch, so you best buy it, please. All right.
Stop looking at yourself in the moment. You're sweaty.
All right, Mark. May we have permission to come in? This is our last time coming in here, so yeah.
Yeah, he likes us, I think. I think so.
All right, tis I.
So this is our last session.
Mark, if you are with us right now, can you please give us a sign? Can you make the cat ball in my hand go off? Or can you make the REM pod go off?
I feel really lightheaded up here.
Same.
Are we just afraid of heights?
I'm afraid of heights, I know that.
I don't know. I think they might have actually moved on.
I think so. I think
for them.
I think you pray for them, and I think there's no more activity here. I mean,
Two of the most active spirits that are known to be around this premise. We were getting a lot of activity, and they asked for a prayer. I prayed while you were doing the Estes method. I think that might have, I don't know.
all right. Mark, if you're here with us, or Michael, can you please make this cat ball in my hand go off? On the count of 3, 2, 1. Nothing. I think they're gone.
I think they moved on.
Maybe our job here's done.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, spirits. You cannot come home with us. You cannot follow us out of this hotel.
You may only move forward onto the light.
Onto the light. It's been an awesome investigation here, though. And we want to give a huge shout out to the Daytona Plaza Resort and Spa for having us here, for allowing us to come investigate this beautiful resort.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how haunted do you think this was?
This hotel specifically, I feel, was about a 5. I do say that because we had amazing activity up in the room. Room 1111 is absolutely active. I feel like it was more active during the day, surprisingly. But
it does make sense because that's when it happened, was during the day.
a Monday afternoon, 15 minutes after check-in, and
could have
that's
been
when we had our activity.
Residual energy. I wouldn't doubt that would have any influence.
There are definitely spirits here in this hotel, and they're around. Maybe they don't want to be known as
They're
much.
around, but they're going about their business.
But yeah,
Walking by, putting down drinks, and doing the normal thing you would do at a hotel.
I would say based off of our room this is definitely a solid 5.
All right, guys, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe,
And make sure you turn on.
Well, thank you, Mom, for giving us this option. I'd have never thought of it.
Yeah, hell yeah, it's my pleasure.
Never would have thought of this. I know it's late, guys, but I could do this stuff until I pass out. I love this kind of stuff. Truly.
Like when I first started working there, I would have experiences like weird shit. Like I said, the back of my shirt getting pulled up and touched and hear things. And I was talking to one of the maintenance guys one day and I was like, man, this place is creepy. And he was like, has nobody told you? And I was like, told me what? And he was like, that this is the most haunted hotel in Daytona. I'm like, oh, well.
Okay.
It's
It's better than having the front of your shirt pulled up, I guess. So there, that could a little embarrassing, maybe. But that's definitely weird, especially if there's physical movement. Do you know what I mean? That's to actually have
like I told you, stuff gets moved, and right there in that video, I've never seen this video before, guys. That's honest.
I noticed that was newer than those other ones, so that makes sense. 100%.
Like the 2 flashlights getting moved, I'm not surprised at all that happened because I have seen it myself.
Right. Yeah.
You lay something down and go back and it's gone. And her phone dying, that's not abnormal either. Go to work with a fully charged phone and have to walk around with the charger in your back pocket.
See, those things, that's normal for like phones or like a lot of our equipment. When we did this hotel here, guys, is the one I'm showing you. When we would especially when we did this one, all of our equipment, like the batteries died a lot. We had backup batteries, they died. We used newer equipment, older equipment. We used VHS recorders because they record frame by frame. And I sat one up on a tripod to record, and brand new battery, plugged it in, turned it on, started recording, and you heard it beep and turn off. Yeah. I go over to look at it, go to turn it back on. The battery is completely drained, dead. And I was like, what? It happened. It happened. This place is stupid old, and it sits right on Lake Erie or Conneaut Lake, but it's still part of Lake Erie. And you can tell how old this is. It's weird that there was a fire in that hotel you were talking about.
Yeah.
There was a fire. There was a fire in this hotel too.
See, isn't that strange how that happens?
Yeah, very strange. And this, if you look at the way this building is, okay, the wraparound porch went all the way around. It goes around the other side. It's dated to. Just picture women with the long dresses on, with the big wide brim hats, and the men dressed in their suits with their. That's what this time period is where this was built. Okay, and it's beautiful inside, but the floors inside this place do this. I'm not bullshitting, folks. They literally do that. It is so weird. This was this was from a year ago. Yeah, this place was well over 100 years old too. I can't remember. God, it's been 10 years since I've been there. Hold on a minute. Let me see if something here. Hotel Conneaut, Paranormal Investigate, Ghost Hunt. Inside Conneaut Lake, PA. It looks like they still have the same damn furniture inside that when I was there. Trying to see if, yeah, that's the Ghost Bride. Yeah, that's the one. That was the girl that died supposedly in the fire of the hotel on her wedding night.
It's like the Cecil, the energy alone around the Cecil Hotel. Now the owners have shut it down. Like they do, like you can pay a stupid amount of money to stay there.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute here. Is it here? Where did it go? Oh, wow, that's the original sign. Yeah, there's the hallways. God, this place creeps me out. Even looking at videos of it creeps me out. I wonder what this is.
Destroying half of the hotel.
Here, yeah, hold on. We'll go just for a tiny little bit longer, and then I think we should shut down. It's almost 2:45, so.
It's almost 3:00.
Uh-huh. Witching hour. And this property is all beautiful. Like, there's an amusement park over here to the right now, and it didn't used to be, but all of this, the river boats and stuff like that's just really, really neat property area. Love it, love it, love it.
Some say that a lightning strike is what caused this devastating blaze. Others say it was faulty wiring. Still, some say there was a more sinister force at work. After the fire, rumors started to spread about a young bride who was supposedly killed in the blaze. Elizabeth. According to the legend, Elizabeth was to be married at the hotel the day of the fire. As the hotel was burning, she desperately searched for her groom-to-be, who apparently made it out unscathed. Today, the ghost of Elizabeth is often spotted.
Okay, so, I mean, they're telling a story. I don't know why the guy's trying to talk like Darth Vader, but, I mean, I guess for effect, he's just doing horrible.
Sounds like a woman trying to sound like a dude.
But what he's saying is true. Anyway, moving on.
Roaming the employee hallways and on the 3rd floor. If you hear a woman crying in the middle of the night or smell roses, Elizabeth may be near.
Okay, so the dude with the voice, that's too much for me. Let me back up to that now. Okay, here we go.
Can I tell you guys what I just saw?
Yeah.
I asked Andrew to turn back around because I thought I seen the figure down there. I don't know what it actually looks like, but I thought I seen it.
Is there anybody down there? So what the hell is it? I honestly don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea what the hell that thing is. But it looks like a shadow figure.
This room over here always smelled like death. I brought a medium in here. We went to the door and she put her hand on the door and she walked in and fell on the floor.
That's one thing that has not happened to me since I've started investigating. Anytime you can see like a cross, is I haven't seen someone in another window, but 100% if that were to happen.
My brother saw the little boy on the tricycle.
He come down this hallway in his tricycle and he went right through this balcony down here.
I had a friend whose grandfather was a security guard at night at the hotel, and he would come home and tell about seeing the couple that were dancing in the ballroom in their clothing and everything.
Up on the 3rd floor, you have this very strong female presence, Elizabeth.
She sits here and she's upset because something happened.
People have claimed to have seen her, and I have no doubt that what they saw was true.
When you have a location like the Hotel Conneaut, you have over 100 years of history, stories that can be told, the experiences that were had there.
Something feels different about the Conneaut Hotel, and I can't explain what it is. I feel like all of these things are pointing to some of these legends having some validity to them.
My name is Scott McCafferty, and I'm a mental health professional by day and a paranormal investigator by night. Over the past 11 years, I've been learning to take the skill set of helping others and apply it to my ongoing investigations into the paranormal. With an assortment of friends and family, I am on a mission to contact the echoes of history and potentially solve the mysteries they left behind.
You're going to make me say it out loud, aren't you? You prick. My name is Scott McCafferty, and I have been a paranormal investigator for 20 years. Oh, just twist that dagger more and more into the fact that I'm old. When people hear them a paranormal investigator, in my experience, you usually get one of two responses. The first one is kind of like that snooty, I didn't realize I was smarter than you. Kind of like that arrogant attitude, like, oh, only stupid people would believe in this kind of stuff. And then you meet the second type of people who either have a paranormal experience they can't wait to tell you about, or they've heard about a place that's supposedly incredibly haunted that they can't wait to tell you all about. This is actually how I came to hear about the Hotel Conneaut in Conneaut Lake, Pennsylvania.
Hi guys, my name is Rex Tracy. I started ghost hunting roughly 10 years ago. Hotel Conneaut for me was a very special investigation. Reason being is I grew up around the park. I went to the haunted attraction they have there every year. So seeing the hotel and actually getting to go in it a few times really got me excited because you hear these local legends. And that's part of the reason I really love ghost hunting, is getting to go explore these legends.
Now you remember to look 20 years younger and 100 pounds thinner. They told me they could go back 19 years, so. I'm Jane Smith. I'm treasurer of the Klein Lake Area Historical Society. We were founded in 1999, and we preserve our area history through pictures, through deeds, through our different artifacts that people have donated to us. Our goal is to preserve our history for future generations so they might know what all we did here. I love the hotel history, and to be truthful with you, even though my grandmother worked there and I grew up a block from it, I didn't know any history. I didn't care about it. But it has a very rich history. You would swim at the beach every day, and you would have to walk home and right past it, and you would smell the bakery and see all the people. And it was a beautiful hotel. It still is a beautiful hotel. They had proms there, they have weddings there, they have every little thing you'd want to think of.
When you have a location like the Hotel Conneaut, you have over 100 years of history. You know, for me, that's amazing. The stories that could be told, the experiences that were had there. I mean, at one point, this whole park was called Pennsylvania's Perfect Playground. You need to imagine, like, the music venue that was there that could have thousands of people, the carnival games, the rides, the other hotels, the balls that were had in the ballroom. So much positive energy and just so much awesome history.
The hotel was first built in 1893 by the Exposition Park Company. At the time, Conneaut Lake was a growing tourist attraction. In fact, it was so successful that by 1903, the company rebuilt the hotel to make it more luxurious and much bigger to accommodate all the guests that were coming to the area.
And the hotel extended that way 150 feet originally. This part of the hotel, you would have had a drugstore here. The staircase went all the way downstairs, and then there would have been 14 hotel rooms. The doorway would have been right here. Over here was a music parlor and then a writing parlor. See, this is a wing right here, and there was actually two more of these wings this size going out the back. And that was the hotel actually extended all the way over, and then you had 3 more wings out the back. And you could actually see right here on the blueprints. This section right here is the 1892 part. It actually was called Floral Hall. It sat right over here. They brought it over here in 1892. In 1903, they built a new hotel in front of it. In 1925, they built this section right here.
On a paranormal investigation, our goal is threefold. Number one, we want to try to figure out, is there something actually here? The second goal is, if there is something here, what is it? And the third goal is, now that we know that something's there and we know what it is, why is it here? So now to try to find those answers, we're going to try to dig a little bit deeper into the supposed hauntings that are happening in this location.
The Hotel Conneaut has a lot of stories, but one of the ones that stuck out to me the most is on the 3rd floor, there's a very strong female presence. Her name's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is the spirit that has been seen wearing a wedding gown who supposedly roams around on the 3rd floor. Now, on April 29th, 1943, lightning struck the hotel and lit the building on fire. And supposedly, as the story goes, that Elizabeth was staying at this hotel with her husband at the time. The husband got trapped and died in the fire while Elizabeth escaped. So her spirit has been seen in the hotel mourning the loss of her significant other.
So one thing that we did when we were at the Historical Society is we looked for records of an Elizabeth.
Elizabeth was not in the fire. There was nobody in the hotel at the time. However, people have claimed to have seen her, and I have no doubt that what they saw was true. I do not know of anything personally where it came from. We know some of the people that were fighting the fire in 1943. and there was nobody there. It was in April, and the hotel was not open in April. So where the legend came from, I do not know.
She sits here and she's upset because something happened, and she won't tell anybody, and she's not looking for her husband. She's looking for a child. We did a lot of research on Elizabeth, and she's from Jamestown, PA, and she's a real woman. And she actually, her husband came here from an online ball in 1931. They rented room 321, and something happened to their child in 321's bathroom. Maitre D told her that day or that night.
Do you see how the floors do their thing? So, for some reason, guys, when you're in these hallways, this is no lie. The floors they're just little by little, they're off, right? When you're walking through these hallways, it feels like everything closes in on you. It's so small. Us compared to the hotel that we looked at that Mom showed us, this is exact opposite. It's super small. The hallways are small. The doorways are small. The rooms are small. The rooms are tiny. This was built way back when they didn't have all the luxury that we have now. So you just, and it's so weird, guys. I'm not lying. When you're walking down the hallways, these hallways are super long too. When you're walking down, at least with me, I always felt like there was something behind, like walking behind me. It was the creepiest feeling in the world. Once I turned around with a camera in my hand and like freaked out. There was nothing there, but I did freak out for some reason. I don't know why. I got this weird feeling over me. It was crazy. But if you look at the floor, you can definitely tell it's off, and it throws your whole equilibrium off as you're walking through here, especially at night. We had these lights off as we were doing the investigation through here so that we could see things in the dark, and it was just crazy.
Sat her down in the chair in the corner right there. So she's either in a blue and yellow dress because she was here for their alumni ball. She was the first of 500 women to attend Allegheny College.
The second most popular legend is that of the little boy.
My brother saw the little boy on the tricycle. And my brother just said he saw the little boy on a tricycle, and then he immediately left.
So Michael, he comes down this hallway in his tricycle and went right through this balcony down here. The stairwell. Into the stairwell. He went over this one right here. Wow. This room over here always smelled like death. And for years it did. I cleaned the carpets, couldn't get it out. I figured out what it was. I brought a medium in here. We went to the door, she put her hand on the door, and she walked in and fell on the door. But she said this bed is where it happened at, and that's the window right there. And she said that the housekeeper was in looking over this way. I'd say if I seen like something over there, you know what I mean?
That's one thing that has not happened since I've started investigating. Anytime I can see like a cross, I haven't seen someone another no, but 100% if that would happen.
Oh, exactly.
Down in the pool room, it says there's a little shadow that darts across the floor and runs about like children playing. You also see EVP, spirit box hits. This would have been a very active room during the hotel's, rise in popularity and when it was at its height.
I've seen him before. Other people have seen him. I've seen this kid get right down on the floor.
I had a friend whose grandfather was a security guard at night at the hotel, and he would come home and tell about seeing the couple that were dancing in the ballroom in their clothing and everything. Another legend is that there was a butcher that chased people with his clever. I have not heard anybody that knew about that one.
When Rex and I started putting our plan together for how we wanted to approach this investigation, one of the first things he and I agreed on is that this location was a little big for just the two of us. And there's activity happening all over the place. So more than likely, we were going to end up running around all over the building all night, and we weren't really going to have time to dedicate to really digging in deep to figure out which of these legends are true. So the first thing we did is reached out to Andrew, who you guys have met in previous sessions before, who's done excellent camera work for us and is a very seasoned investigator.
Hi, my name is Andrew Hull. I'm a ghost hunter. I've been ghost hunting since 2017, so somewhere around 6 years now. What really got me into ghost hunting was me and my buddy Rex started ghost hunting at the Madison Seminary, and ever since then, it's been a passion of mine, and I can't really get over it now.
But Rex also recommended that because of the nature of Elizabeth and what we knew about Elizabeth before we got to the hotel, is that she's a woman who is in mourning and very upset. With an all-male team at the building, that might be off-putting for her, and that might kind of prevent her from coming out and speaking to us.
So a friend of mine, Sam, actually that I met through working at the haunted attraction, had heard that we were going to go on this ghost hunt, and she was super excited and, was asking if she could come along. So we decided to bring her out. She showed interest in the paranormal, and for someone who's never been on a ghost hunt, she was very knowledgeable and was actually pretty nice to have along.
I am Sam. I'm a friend of Andrew and Rex. So I'm not necessarily a ghost hunter of any right. I overheard Rex and Andrew talking about how they were going to set up an interview for coming here at the hotel and doing some investigating. So I kind of nosed my way in and was like, hey, can I come with you? It seems like something that would be fun to do. And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll ask and see what's going on. So I came along and they graciously allowed me to experience it with them.
All right, so we are going to start off with a Marco Polo session. This is where we walk around the building and just ask Marco Polo and see if anyone wants to respond. If you're here, you can definitely talk through this device. We're going to play some Marco Polo. I think you should be familiar with that one. Do you know which floor we're going to go to? No one's voice, we couldn't make it out.
I thought I heard hallway.
Hallway here.
We started our first patrol of the night, heading up to the 3rd floor, doing a Marco Polo session. Marco Polo sessions are one of my favorite activities to do on a ghost hunt, and almost always you get some pretty cool responses.
Thanks, Doodle.
That was weird.
Oh, what was that?
I use a temperature gauge.
Weird. Nice.
Yeah, it's temperature gauge. So it's basically saying it's getting colder.
So, what the lady said earlier was at the end of the hall.
What is the door for just a second?
Anybody up here want to talk through this?
See if you touch anything, I apologize.
Oh, okay. This is the hallway that they said that was shadow figure down this hallway. They would see him standing in the doorway, but recently they would see the little boy holding hands with the shadow figure, and the shadow figure would be over.
Go back where?
Over on the right side of the wall over here.
Oh my
And
goodness.
the child would be center, and you would just see the silhouette.
Can you say that again, please? Trouble.
Can I tell you guys what I just saw?
Yeah.
I asked Andrew to turn back around because I thought I seen what I had assumed to be the figure down there. I don't know what it actually looks like, but I thought I seen it.
Is there anybody down there? Did you say uh-huh? Can you tell us who you are? What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Is that what it said?
I heard it 2 times. Yeah.
Okay, Elizabeth, if that's you, not to be rude, but can you say your name one more time just to confirm it's you? Elizabeth, can you tell us what happened to your son?
Baby?
Baby. I heard baby too.
Baby.
What happened to your baby?
It died?
It died. I'm sorry to hear that, Elizabeth. Can you tell me how your baby died?
Oh.
Bathtub?
Yeah.
Your baby died in the bathtub? Hey, Elizabeth, we would like to come down and offer prayers for your son if it's with your permission, or for your baby. Can you tell us which room that he passed away in? Is there anything we can do to help? I think you just said no.
No.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know there's probably not a whole lot we can do to help you, but we are very good listeners. And sometimes just kind of sharing how you feel can make you feel a little better. So if you want to talk, we'll listen. Hi.
Hi.
I heard you. Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, are you seeing something, Andrew?
I think I am.
Were you seeing something that's coming out of like the right side of the hall?
I'm seeing something straight down the middle, like a shadow figure.
Andrew, when I'm moving, it's not.
No,
causing
like
anything, is
you're
it?
moving right now, and it's still there. You kind of see the head in that top bit, and then an arm down the side.
Well, I just
Right?
Yeah, it looks like it's peeking out from the
bottom left.
It looks like that's an entire figure there, right? Arm going down here.
On the third floor of the hotel, I was running the camera while they were playing Marco and Polo. And I looked down the hall and I saw a shadow on the camera. I wasn't sure exactly what it was. It was a dark shadow, kind of about somewhere around 6 foot. And I just kind of stopped and was staring. And I was looking at it for a while, waiting for it to move, waiting for something else to move, looking at it, the camera, looking up, down in the hallway, and I couldn't see the shadow with my own eyes. I could only see it through the camera.
Oh, holy shit! I can see the head.
Yeah, you can see the head and look down here, looks like an arm or a hand.
Well, here, give me. Where's the flashlight? I do.
Like that's not any of us projecting. And that top shadow keeps moving like side to side.
I took a lot of still photos from this section of video that you're watching right now. And I took these section of photos, I think it was 15 photos in total from different points of time during this section of video. And I put them up on our social media and I put them up on our Patreon and I showed friends and family members. And I said, tell me what it is you see, because I'm not sure what I see. And overwhelmingly, people saw the shape of a head, the shoulders, and the upper torso of a figure standing in this doorway.
Now I see it. Wow. That's pretty wild, for sure. Damn. Interesting.
Another section of people, not quite as big as the first, but a good amount, say or think that they believe that at the bottom of the door, if you look carefully, you can see the bottom part of a woman's dress.
Walk.
Yeah.
I can't express to you guys enough how strange it is to look on a camera and catch a shadow silhouette. And then you look down the hall and there's nothing there. You look back at the camera, silhouette. Look back, there's nothing there. So in true Rex fashion, I get sent down the hall and I start marching down there to go see what this is. I check the next camera, same thing. You can kind of see the shadow silhouette. But now that I'm closer, I'm like, oh, there's got to 100% be something there. I can't see it with my eyes. So I go straight up to the door and I start shining my light on it to see if there's paint, scratches, or something on this door causing this silhouette. Nothing.
It's strange. I mean, I could definitely see how like people would walk in and see that as a shadow figure.
Okay.
Yes. I was confused quite a few times as to what I was really seeing.
Is there something in the door?
No. So I checked that other camera. I stopped to see if I could see it on there. Couldn't see it on the close one. And I went up to the door, and if this is the door, I shined it up on top.
Yeah, the shadow was still there.
Because I wanted to check and see if it was like paint. And at first I could see like a circle here, like a head. And I looked down to see like if there was a body, looked back up. Dark spot that was here was now gone.
That's interesting.
It's not paint on the door because I checked the doors all one sheen.
Yeah,
It could be an optical illusion, maybe?
It could be.
Yeah, it's kind of where I'm.
I do understand the urge to not want to stay if you're seeing and feeling those things, if you're not already privy to the information, what you do.
Well, at the same time, people that would have been seeing that would be seeing all the lights on.
Is it still on?
We're seeing in the dark.
He said, "This is my floor."
Hey, you chose it.
What?
Cool. Right about here, there's kind of a dark spot in the middle of the door, but that doesn't look like a person.
No. Like from what we were looking at earlier.
We'll intermittently move a little closer and try again.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Because like nothing right now.
Yeah, no, it looks like it went away. Like I don't.
Even if you come up to the door.
Oh jeez.
There's.
Oh wow.
What?
Like back there, it looks like there's different parts of the door.
I mean, all it could be like there's dirt on the door, but when I came down here earlier, right here when I first got here, there was very clearly.
I've never heard one of those
like
be
this
so
big.
concise and clear.
And then I looked down to see if there's a body, and I looked back up,
very
and
cool.
the spot was gone.
Weird. I don't know what this figure is. What I can tell you for sure is that there is no imprint of a person in that door. That door is a solid gray color. It's not a reflection because we are all the way across the building on the other side of the hallway, and the floor slants down like this. So if I'm standing right here and the floor slants down right here, my shadow is not going to project all the way down that hallway to the same level as I would if I were standing right in front of it. So it's not anybody's reflection. So what the hell is it? I honestly don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea what the hell that thing is. But it looks like a shadow figure. I can tell you it wasn't there later in the night when we went back and tried to refilm it. And Rex and I went back 3 weeks later to try to debunk this thing. We spent about 2 hours trying to debunk it, and we were unsuccessful in doing that. And by the way, that video that we took of trying to debunk it will be available on our Patreon for anybody who's interested in seeing that. But as of right now, I don't have an explanation for what the hell that thing is. This is why we need to get a second camera so we can split up, put 2 people at this end, 2 people at the other end, and see what happens. Because I think bigger groups are going to be intimidating.
Well, I can go sit down by the creepy shadow door in front of the static camera.
I'll come with you.
Yeah, let's split up.
So after we see the shadow figure, we split into smaller groups to see if maybe we can catch something on audio. Me and Sam go down by the shadow figure, near that door where we caught that, and we're running EVP, which is short for electronic voice phenomena. You just take a digital recorder, run the audio, and see if you catch anything. Starting EVP, 3rd floor, Hotel Conneaut. Sam and Rex by the shadow door. So this device I have here on the ground will help us hear you. Do you think you could walk up and say hello to us? Do you hear that music? Okay. Do you hear that music? Okay. And while we're running the EVP, I hear what sounds like a music box or like a jewelry box start to play a little lullaby. It only played a couple notes. And I look at Sam and I go, did you hear that? And she's like, yeah. Well, Sam has a hard time hearing. So the fact that she heard that, I heard it, was already pretty interesting. And then when we play it back, you can hear it clear as day. Now, mind you, nobody's staying in this wing of the hotel. Nobody's staying in the wing below us. So where did that music box come from? All right, did you guys at any point hear a music box?
No.
Okay, so that eliminates it being the groundskeeper.
He was up here, though.
Yeah, but my theory for the sound could have been like a text notification. But you guys didn't hear it, the equal distance part.
Yeah, check this out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I heard that.
Yeah,
whoa. I heard that, but it does sound like it could have been somebody's phone going off.
I heard it in person too.
And I even go, did you just hear that music?
Yeah.
That was like
That sounds like a jewelry box.
So it could be something, but we also have to realize
type of thing.
we also have to realize there's other people in this building who are very interested in what we're doing, so we can't rule out the fact that somebody could have been doing something downstairs.
But that was
But that's a damn cool catch. That's a cool catch.
Yeah. I mean, that was very loud for it to be on a different floor, right?
You should be filming us while we're talking about this.
We'll be able to know because the static camera's right there too. But I mean, like that was very.
Yeah, that's right. That's really good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's really good. We're good.
Okay. We definitely didn't hear it down here.
Because, like Sam said, we're about equal distance. So if it would have been the
And that's not close to you.
Well, that's what I said. It almost sounds like it was to the room of the right of me, but let's listen to this. That way the camera's seeing it too.
It's like a lullaby. Do, do, do.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do. Yeah, you're rolling on EVP down here. We didn't get anything. That's cool catch. Hey, real quick, did you guys happen to be playing any kind of music or hear any kind of like music box or anything going off?
Recently?
Probably within the last 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Because we just recorded on one of our recorders what sounds like a lullaby. Do, do, do. Like really.
Yeah, no, not
really.
I mean, we've been sitting here for probably 10 minutes. Yeah. So when I went inside, we were sitting out here. You didn't hear anything? No.
Cool.
No?
All right. So far, we can't explain why that is, but it's loud and clear.
It gets very loud on this. It's gonna go off here.
It's coming. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Pretty clear.
Yeah.
So right now we don't know what caused it.
And that's not even anybody. I mean, like, I know your ringtone because I hear it. But you know what I mean? Like, that's not even anything that I.
And it's clearly a lullaby.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
After we finished on the third floor, we decided to go back down to our base camp to figure out what our next move was going to be. Meanwhile, the static camera we'd left in room 321, 323, which also used to be Elizabeth's room where her baby allegedly drowned, was recording some very interesting hits throughout the night. So basically what we're doing is we're doing an experiment. So right here, this is the paranormal music box. And basically what it works is if anything walks in front of it, it's going to light up and it's going to start playing music. So the reason we put it across from Boo Buddy is because Boo Buddy will also make notifications if something touches him or interacts with him. So the goal is if we can get one of them going off, maybe we can get both of them to go off. This is interesting. So the goal is hopefully we can get the spirit to get both of them going off together. All right, hold on, Rex, before you do that, because I'm about to set off the. This is the four of us at Hotel Conneaut. It's a little after 12:30. We're down in the pool room. I'm going to put this next to Boo Buddy, so that way, if anything wants to tell you a secret, no one wants to touch your tummy right now. God, you sound like me in the prom.
Okay. On that note, I'm going to.
No, it's just creepier.
What did you say?
Did it get colder in here?
All right, so Blue Bear is picking up a temperature shift.
Yeah, it's twice.
All right, folks. I hate to cut this off partway through this, but I am burnt out. I'm falling asleep.
Yep.
Tired. Sorry. We'll pick this back up. I'll remember this, and we can finish up with this and some more probably next Friday for sure, if that's okay with everybody. I really appreciate your contribution to this, Mom. That was pretty awesome. I didn't expect it either. So
Yeah. I just, I figured that might be something fun for everybody to look at. And then, having personal experience and actually working there. And like I said, I'm full of all kinds of different stories and stuff that happened while I worked there. And then I thought about the microwave footage. I was like, oh, I bet he would love to see that.
Yeah.
Because that's
awesome. And
that's real time. It really happened. Like that room, you don't rent that room out unless it's like paranormals or, bike week. That room does not get rented out. And I was in there and I happened to have a full charge on my phone, which was unusual working there. And I was like, I thought I heard something when I walked in, and you're busy and you just kind of just blew it off. And then when I turned around to check the kitchenette, I was like, There's no numbers on that freaking microwave.
100%. That's
filming
weird.
it. I was
Yeah,
like,
right.
And I had to sign a thing saying I wouldn't release it while I worked there and da because
Sure.
that cuts into his Halloween business.
Of course, yeah.
And
Well,
I've kept
I
it
think
all these years.
hey, it is what it is. It helped us out, that's for sure. So I think we're gonna try this thing next week, where we're gonna have people call in, or come up here and explain their experiences, however, so on and so forth, and see how that works out. And we'll continue with this one and some more, and add more to it to show you guys the other stuff that I did and more. So I really appreciate it, guys. It was a good night tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. I wish there'd have been more people here, but it is what it is. Thank you guys for anybody that donated. Mom, it's always a pleasure to have you here.
Hey, thanks for having me up. It's an honor.
And I'll be here tomorrow, guys, sometime during the afternoon, and we'll get back to the basics and do what we do. You guys have a great rest of your night.
Good
Mom, I
night.
will talk to you soon. Rest
All right.
easy. Everybody in chat, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are so very amazing, and I appreciate you very much. Have a great one, folks. Much love to you all. Good night, and God bless. Bye-bye.